guess. Ah, god. Right, is this what Godot was talking about? Yeah, the trick locks. Now then, Iris, please remove these at once. It's worth. It's not possible for me. I accidentally pressed enter before I read the full thing. God. What? During the earthquake, when the current was in danger of caving in, Iris escaped. And I know that there was only one lock when I last came here. They're saying that you can't undo the new locks. Yes. If only I was stronger. Edgeworth, how are you feeling? You look a little pale in the face. Like you're one that with the face all green. Also, Edgeworth, go and get some air. I'll watch over the suspect. You go and get a grip on yourself. Don't be ridiculous. I'm perfectly fine here. There's no telling that sort of mistakes or what sort of mistakes you could make in your current state. Go and get some rest. That's your only concern now, Mouse Edgeworth. Understood. I'll handle the investigation in the garden. You take care of things here. Edgeworth. Got so much pride that he's probably off crying in the corners of the garden. Very simply another trap that hinders us in our lives. That said, one must have pride to be effective on the job. At any rate, it seems that this is where we part ways, Phoenix, right? I'm going to stay here and see if I can't help solve these bothersome puzzles. I see. Well, thanks for your help. Now then, do you mind if I ask you a few things, Iris? No, not at all. Why did you make a run for it, Iris? I'm sorry. I heard the inner temple had been severely shaken by the strong earthquake we had. I was so worried, I just had to come and see. In other words, you didn't run away to escape the law. At least we're clear on that. I can tell you how relieved I was when I saw the sacred cavern was alright, but what? When I saw these chains here. I saw all these extra locks that someone had put on the sacred cavern's door and... Who in the world would do something like this? These trick locks are a sacred treasure of the Korean tradition. There are hundreds of ways to set them. That's why only the person who set the lock can open it. And you aren't the one who set these locks. I don't think it's that simple, Francisco and Karma. When we were here the first time, there was only one lock. But now, somehow, there's 5 of them. What does it mean? It means that someone wanted to secure the place even more. And they wanted to secure it before you got here, Iris. Presumably because they wanted to make sure Maya couldn't get out. This means that Iris can only open one of these locks, the first one. Yes, that's correct. What? Iris, try to think, please. Isn't there any way around this? Well, like I said, there are hundreds of different ways to set these locks. I suppose if I went through every combination with each one, I could remove them. But it will take time, won't it? Yes, about a day, if I had to guess. A whole day? Well, that's better than leaving the locks in place. Will you do this for us? Sure, I'll do whatever I can. Got to wait another day? Hang in there, Maya. You're going to have to call on your inner strength now. You know what, Iris? There's still one thing I don't quite get. And what might that be, Phoenix, right? I think it's obvious. Iris, on the night of the murder, where were you? Please, Iris, don't give me that look. You told us that you were in your room at Hasakura Temple at the time of the incident. But you were seen the same evening at the inner temple. And then, you were spotted at the scene of the crime in Hasakura Temple too. Being spotted at both Hasakura Temple and the inner temple. It's as if you were... Well, Iris, I think it's about time you told us the truth. Cyclops! Because why not? It's obvious, isn't it? I knew it. There's something going on here that we don't know about. so I'll just go back here for now. I don't know. A temple gate. When I get into the bottom of this case, I can count on Iris to break those locks, so I should try to gather more clues. From just the bikini, Edsworth, Gumshoe, and pearls. Cops are still coming to place. They look pretty nervous. I'd be nervous too. It's got to be a tough job. Especially with someone giving you the evil eye the whole time. How could I have done that? Wow, I can't believe it's still bothering him. Edsworth. Ah. Hey, don't you dare run away. What do you want, Wright? What do I want? Came here to laugh at Laugh at me, then get on with it. Go on, laugh away. I was ready to hug it out with him, but it's just the same prideful Edsworth. We went back to the criminal affairs department, right? You said you wanted to look into something concerning Iris. Yes. And thanks to what I found, I was reminded of something terrible. You guys are putting a lot of effort into the investigation of the garden here, huh? There's a high chance it is the actual scene of the crime, that's why. You mean because of the writing in blood and the talisman in the snow? Exactly. As you know, those things couldn't have been planted here after the murder. Surely, you don't suspect Maya, do you? We had to treat everyone as a suspect, Maya as well as Iris. It's our job, right? So, I guess you still haven't gotten over your fear of earthquakes. No, but thankfully my nightmares have stopped. But still, if the ground gives even the slightest tremor, I find myself short of breath. 17 years ago, when we were little school kids at the same elementary school. Edsworth found himself in the middle of a murder. It all started with that big quake that hit the courthouse. Yes, I was stuck in the elevator with my father, who was a defense attorney. We were deprived of oxygen and we passed out. That's when it happened. That single conscious shattered my whole life. I lost everything that day, all because of the earthquake. My dreams, my family, and myself. It's been more than 17 years now, and that case was finally resolved 2 years ago, right? I think I don't know that. I was there, but it was such a shock. I never imagined I could be so wrong about myself and my life. I'm sorry, Wright. There's nothing else I can say. Not after you chose to become a lawyer for my sake, and not after you saved me. It's fast. You're stronger than you think, so no more of this self-pity, okay? There was something that bothered me about her from the moment we met. I felt like I'd seen her somewhere before. No, wait. But somewhere. I felt like I'd seen her in court before. So I went back to the criminal affairs department to look for her file. Yes, I checked over every case file I've ever worked on. And I was right. I had seen her face before, 6 years ago. 6 years ago. It was my first appearance in court, and as cases go, it was my worst nightmare. So, who is she? I'm sorry, Bright. I can't give that information away to a member of the general public. What? Why not? It might be the crucial piece of the puzzle that solves this case. Someone I knew was the daughter of a jewelry store owner. She had nothing to do with Iris and Hasakura Temple. And neither did the case. No, that woman is completely unrelated to this murder. Unrelated? Yes, I can say that with complete confidence. You're wrong, Edsworth. She's totally related to this case. I need to fill Edsworth in. I need to explain the connection between Iris and the woman Edsworth knew. How exactly do I do that? Is it just... I was never supposed to come to the garden yet, I guess. Well then. Okay. Never mind then. I guess we'll move away from here then. Oh well. It's weird that there's no one around all of a sudden. Sure gets quiet up here in the mountains when you're all on your own. Speaking of alone, I guess I should go check out the shack just on this path. Maybe I'll find Larry there, sulking again. Oh, Mr. Nick. Pearls, what are you doing here? Nothing. What about Miss Maya? Is she alright? Well, we don't know yet. Oh, I see. Hey, what do you think you're doing here, Nick? Larry? It's the loser shack, where losers get together to lose themselves. Is the what? Hey, we find comfort in each other's failures, okay? You got a problem with that? Look, Mr. Nick, Mr. Loris did a picture of me. That's, great, Pearls. Gonna get their firewood now. Cooking some half for them potatoes over a miserable campfire. Just stay out of our way. I don't believe this. Why can't he try getting fired up over becoming a better man? No one believes a word I say anymore. Listen to me, Pearl. You don't want to trust this kind of guy, okay? He'll only let you down. Oh, Mystic Maya. Larry, is there something you want to tell me about this picture? Hey, I've got nothing to say to you, Nick. My life is here now, with Pearl. Two losers cooking potatoes together forevermore. What am I going to do with him? Alright then. What do you think about this picture, Pearls? I think it's really well drawn. I can't draw at all, so I think it's really amazing. See, someone appreciates it. It's tough getting the flames to look like that, you know. It's supposed to be Sister Iris flying through the air, isn't it? I love it. It's like a dream, a wonderful fantasy. No, it wasn't a dream. She really flew, I'm telling you, Iris really flew that night. But Miss Loris... You too. Please don't look at me like that, Pearl. Don't look at me like I'm some kind of nutcase. I beg of you. This picture really is a representation of what Larry thinks he saw. Okay, so I was half asleep when I was here at the night. I was wide awake after the lightning struck, and I saw what I saw. It was exactly like I drew in the picture. And look, I don't have any choice but to take this sketch at face value. You know, couldn't it just be like seeing from the opposite, like it's falling down the bridge or something? Because like from that picture of Larry there, you can see that it's like seeing it from, yeah, like it is upside down. So yeah. Yeah, what's with the look of doubt on your face? Pearls. Yes, Mr. Nick. We mean to ask you about the night of murder. Where are you? Where were you and what exactly were you doing when it all happened? I'm just a kid, you know. I'm sure it doesn't really matter how soon, does it, Mr. Nick? Sorry, Pearls, but yes, it does. The night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Miss Denim's room, reading a book together, but Miss Denim was murdered, and you, Pearls, were at the inner temple. That's what exactly happened that night, Pearls. Yes, sorry, Mr. Nick. How many? 5. I've been a bad girl. That's why I'm being punished. What are you talking about, Pearls? My spiritual power has disappeared. What? Your powers have disappeared? What do you mean your power has disappeared, Pearls? It's all over for me. A spirit medium who can channel spirits is like a painter who can paint. Hey, what are you looking at me for? Pearls, did you try to channel someone's spirit right here at Hasegawa Temple? Tried but failed, perhaps. Way to go, Nick. You made her cry. That was really cruel of you. Wah. As I thought. I'm going to have to break her cyclops to get through all of her. Goddamn. I wonder if Sister Bikini is back at the main hall yet. I haven't seen Gumshoe around for a while either. Maybe they're having a cup of tea together somewhere. I bet Gumshoe is Sister Bikini's type. Well, what's the damage? How is this sacred cavern? Looks like it's revived, but we have a bigger problem now. I told Sister Bikini all about it. About the 5 blocks that were stopping us from getting inside the sacred cavern. But who could have done that? The only people who know how to set those trick locks are those of the Wright tradition. We have Iris at the sacred cavern, trying her best to open them for us right now. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to talk to you about since the beginning. Oh yes, we were in the middle of the chat, weren't we? Yes, you were telling me how the Master of Grind disappeared 7 years ago. I want to know why Misty Face only appeared at this temple. It was about a week ago when Mystic Misty arrived. After she showed me the talisman that proved she was the Master, she said, "Someone is trying to destroy the Grind tradition's main family line. I'm here to put a stop to them." Someone was trying to destroy the main family line? There's no one heir to the title of Master at any time, and it's usually the eldest. The child becomes the new Master of Grind, and her daughters the main family. All other mediums become branch family members with no hope of controlling the clan. That's why nothing has changed throughout the history of the clan. Branch families always have and always will plot to erase those of the main family line. Is the power of the Master worth this much bloodshed? Believe in the technique, don't you, Mr. Wright? You know its power is real. Yes, I do. It's been 2 years since I first met Maya. In that time, I've seen her channel the spirits of the dead plenty of times. In the Master Mask case, and during Maggie Bird's trial too. Thanks to Maya, Mia's always up on hand to help me out when I need her the most. The Grind technique has made a huge difference to the world, you know. I mean, the ability to commune with the dead, that's true psychic power, you know. Members of the tradition have always been there, behind every important leader. Who wouldn't respect such a tremendous skill? I suppose so, but with all the power and influence, I kind of expected you'd be really rich by now. You're saying we're poor, Mr. Wright? Oh ho ho, you're very direct, aren't you? You don't believe in it anymore, you see. All because of one little mistake. Mistake? What mistake? 17 years ago, that's when everything came crashing down. All because of that incident. That incident? Is she talking about what I think she is? Yeah. I'm sure the record still exists if you're interested. Looked up, of course. It's called the DL6 incident. That's the name of the file. DL6 incident. I knew it. The DL6 incident. I know it went well. I know it well. I handled a related case just 2 years ago. Ah, that's right. So it was you who was the defense attorney on that case. The murder that took place 17 years ago. It was the first time in the country's history the police ever used a spirit medium. The idea was to channel the victim's spirit to learn the identity of the murderer. The medium who performed the channeling was Misty Faye, Maya's mother. Through Misty's channeling, the name of a certain man surfaced. Armed with that as evidence, the investigators were spurred into action. But that man was found not guilty, wasn't he? That's right, he was. The case remained a mystery. In other words, we failed. It was the first case the world had ever seen the current tradition openly involved in. It was all over the media, the public, the judiciary, the people of Crime Village. Everyone said Misty's powers were a sham, and And then she just disappeared, vanished, while everyone still thought of her as a fraud. But I know the truth. Misty Faye's spirituality wasn't a sham at all. Of course it wasn't. Since you managed to reveal the truth, we're finally making a comeback. The current tradition is starting to recover at last, but with a new master wielding the power of the clan. Assuming Maya. The spiritual power of the crime channel technique is in the blood. Maya's told me the exact same thing before. We, the woman of the with the Maya, all the women in the family can inherit that power. The main family's bloodline stems directly from Mysticami, but with each new generation only one daughter becomes the new master. The ones who don't become branch families, right? That's right, and it's always the cause of tragedy. You know, Maya had a sister too, an older sister named Mia. Oh yes, I've heard of her. What? You know about Mia? Of course. She became a lawyer in the hopes of discovering what happened to her mother. Lost her life as a result. You know what Mystic Mia is rumored to have said. Yet it wasn't only because of her mother that she became a lawyer. She also didn't want to fight with her sister over the leadership of the tradition. Really? Well, she saw what happened to her own mother, Mystic Misty, as she grew up. I guess Mystic Mia got tired of seeing all the rivalry between her mom and her aunt. That's right. Misty Faye had an elder sister too. And Misty, having superior powers, managed to usurp the master's seat from her. Mystic Misty's sister is Mystic Morgan, as you probably know. Morgan? That's a name I know well. It was a year ago now at Maya's home, Crane Village. What she did was terrible. It was also she could make her own daughter the next master. I suppose if you know about Mystic Morgan's daughter, then you must have already realized that Iris... Huh? Iris? What Iris got to do with any of this? But Iris is... Mystic Morgan's daughter. Well, okay then. What? What? Iris is what? Is she kidding me? Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? Did you just say that Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? Oops, I thought you already knew. It sounded like you'd met one of Mystic Morgan's daughters already. I have. I know her very well. Oh. Yes, Pearl Faye. But I always thought she was an only child. With Chest, that child, she's Mystic Morgan's... I had no idea. Mystic Morgan. She's in prison now, isn't she? Yes. Ever since she was found to be a conspiration in a murder case last year. It was all done to set Pearls up as the next master. I see. So I've been wrong all this time. Mystic Morgan had 3 daughters, not 2. Wait, what? The 3? Yes, Iris, her twin sister, and Mystic Pearl. What? Twin sister? How didn't you know? It all happened 20 years ago. After the clan leadership was taken from her by her sister, Mystic Morgan's life crumbled. It wasn't many years later that Current's reputation hit an all-time low. When Mystic Morgan's husband realized his wife would never become the master, he left her at the village, taking their twin daughters with him. How awful. He was a jeweler, you know. In the end, he remarried, and that's when it happened. He decided to give one of his girls up, to be looked after by us here at the temple. That was Iris, you see. It's unbelievable. Iris has a twin sister. Could it be? Could you tell me one more thing, Sister Bikini? What was the name of Iris' sister? I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I just can't remember. All I can recall is that her father was a jeweler. Well, it's a clue, I guess. Jeweler. Thank you very much. I'll clear up a lot of details. But, like... This is confusing as there have been so many clues to Iris being Dahlia, but now this seems that Dahlia is the twin sister of Iris instead of... Ah, fuck, I don't know. Confusion. Those are two elder sisters, huh? Yes, that's right. No doubt it was all because of Mystic Morgan's anger towards the main family. Anger? What do you mean? Her twin daughters were taken from her by her jeweler husband. Even that couldn't destroy her dream that a child of hers would one day lead the clan. That's why she had pearls. It seems that the incident here was a result of Mystic Morgan's anger. It was able to break free of the bars that confined her. So Iris is a twin sister. The plot thickens. But this information will be useless unless I can flesh it out a bit. I need to ask more questions and get some more info. Please tell me, what's going to happen to poor Iris? She was the way found guilt and I wouldn't accept it. Her testimony, Sister Bikini. I can't help my testimony, I saw what I saw. It's up to you. It's up to a pro lawyer like you to deal with the problems like that. Okay, so hold on. What the heck? As I actually went. Further than I... Okay, whatever. Looks like someone's happy. What tune is it they're humming? No motive, no crime. No motive, no crime. Sing it with me. No motive, no crime. Remember when we used the search in the channeling room in Kurai? I love my job. Who cares if the clues I find are no good? That's not what investigating is all about. Investigator investigates for the love of investigating. It's a passion. Good news, good case we have, good case we've lost. Along the way, I would have never guessed that Gumshoe was into reggae. Every case is gonna be all airtight. Every case is gonna be airtight. Hey pal. Huh? Who, me? How long have you been there? I just got here. Oh, okay. What are you up to, detective? I'm investigating, pal. I made a promise to Miss Edgeworth. I promised I would find the real murder weapon. Real murder weapon. The barb sword thing turned out to be a fake false aid, right? Giving it up my best shot here, but I still haven't turned up any clues. This font false. Yeah, these weird scraps of paper. It looks like a letter or something. Doesn't seem to have anything to do with the case, though. A letter. Can we do this now? I mean, some other defense, no, it's not so. That's also the highlight of the Wait, hold on. Okay, I guess I need to talk first. Fine. So how's the investigation going, Detective Gumshoe? I don't know if I should be telling you, pal, but I guess I can tell it. Looks like the murder took place in the inner temple garden. They're taking the bloody writing on the lantern. Pretty sure it's back at the HQ. What? You mean? I don't have the details, pal. All I know is if you don't find Maya down in that sacred cavern, we're gonna be faced with a more ugly situation. What kind of ugly situation are we looking at here? You got me. I don't know. They're not on my words. They're not my words, pal. And who said it? It's the Godot. Godot? What do you mean by that? About the letter you found. Don't remind me, pal. I'm busting a gut here trying to find the murder weapon. And all I find is some burnt up old letter. One that should be there as soon as you think. Wait, here. The light something out bell. Lights out bell. You must channel her spirit. Leave everything up to her. Oh. metal ball letter. Yeah, it was in that incinerator right outside the inner temple. The incinerator. I knew it. I knew I wasn't imagining it. There was snow on the incinerator when I first saw it. But after the incident, the snow had melted away, which means someone used the incinerator on the night of the murder. What's up with you, pal? I've got it right here if you want to take a look. Can I? Do you mind? Sure, go nuts. I don't want it, pal. You can have it. It's all spirit mediums and masters and stuff. I bet it's got no relation in this case. Spirit mediums? It's got to be important if it mentions spirit mediums and masters. Better give it a good look over and some serious thought. You should check it in the trash when you're done. Littering is a crime, pal. So what do you know about the real murder weapon so far? It wasn't Shishishito that was found impaled in the victim's body. That's what proved that in court today. Yes, that's true. In which case it must have been another blade. That's what you're running around like a headless chicken looking for now, huh? Yeah, and man is it tiring work. But let me tell you something, pal. I'm not chicken. We've got the feather of forensics in our cap these days. We're using the department's secret weapon on this. Secret weapon? What's the secret weapon of yours? You wanna know? You gotta think scientifically, okay? Alright. Murder weapon was a sword. Swords are, scientifically speaking, made of metal, right? Any questions so far? No. I know what he's gonna say, but I'll let him look smart. So what's the perfect tool for the job? Ta-da! A metal detector. Raise your hand if you didn't see this coming from a mile away. Well, you wanna give scientific investigation a go? Me? I've been using this thing for hours now. It gets pretty boring after a while. Why don't you give it a try? I don't know. Should I help the gumshoe out or not? Come on, pal. It's good fun, I'm telling you. Alright, then. I guess I'll give it a go. Like I said, this is the department's most advanced gadget. The absolute best. So sensitive you could make it cry. It's so high-tech you could skydive off it. Oh, brother. So now I'm gonna tell you how to use it. It's possible the real murder weapon is around here somewhere, right? Sure, that's what we're trying to find out. Right, so first let's turn the detector on. That's the sound of the metal detector signal bouncing off of something metallic. Next, move the detector around and give this courtyard a good look-see, pal. Don't worry, this paper will let you know when you hit on something metallic. And when that happens, press enter to give the area a good hard stare. This thing picks up metallic objects that are hidden from sight too. Take a good look at anything and everything that seems suspicious, okay, pal? Look, a ladder. That's a step ladder. What's the difference? Looks like a normal ladder to me, pal. Surely everyone knows the difference. I mean, they're pretty ordinary objects. I met plenty of guys like you, always picking the smallest details. I met a store guy near my place says all the time. He even corrects me when I ask for head of letters. That's cabbage, he says. I'm telling you, they're the exact same thing. No, they're not. They're completely different. You have to plant both of them firmly in the ground before they can grow, don't you? Listen, you gotta take a step back and look at the bigger picture sometimes. Otherwise you could miss a really important clue. That's advice from pro, pal. The last person I need advice from is this guy in front of me. There we go, that's even more nice. So I didn't miss any step ladders, whatever. That's all. This sled's made of plastic. It has bikini number 1 on the side. Maybe there's something under it. Hey, what's this? A badge? Aha! I've been hunting high and low for that. It's yours, detective. That thing's priceless to a guy like me, pal. A cop can't be a cop without his badge. I'm sorry. I'm sure glad I put that time in there now. How did you manage to drop your badge here of all places? I know. I bet it happened this morning. I was playing around with the sled and... Stop right there. I don't need to hear anymore. Oh, those are just... What? This looks like... a wallet. Aha! That's where it's been. Is it yours, detective? I'm always dropping it, so I put a bell on it. But you still dropped it anyway. Yeah, but now I found it again, pal. Your wallet is completely empty. Well, I drop it all the time, so I don't put money in it anymore. And how come the metal detector picked it up? That's because of the bell, I guess. This is Mr. Ternim's stuff, isn't it? Scientifically speaking, they're usually made of wood. The detector is reacting to it. Yeah, but however you look at it, the thing's made of wood, alright? I don't bother investigating anything unless it looks like it might be metallic. It's the whole point of a metal detector to find metal where we can see. It's weird that this thing is causing a racket. Here, let me take a look at it. Hey, hands off! Examine evidence as job photo. Ah, top is coming off. Look what you've done. You damaged a really important piece of evidence. Ah! Oh! That's a sword. It's inside the staff. Is this... could it be... a murder weapon? I'd never have guessed there'd be a sword concealed in the victim's staff. They call this kind of thing a sword cane, pal. This one's a real gem. The workmanship is really something else. Thank goodness it wasn't a cane sword. Or else the victim would have stabbed her own foot. I obviously give up on trying to figure out how Gumshoe's mind works. The real scene of the crime was the inner temple garden. And why was the sword used to kill the victim found in the main hall courtyard? The Gumshoe. Who knows about the hidden sword? No one. Even the police didn't know about this up until Uncle discovered it just now. Well, as they say, there's no team in Gumshoe. It doesn't look like there are any traces of blood on it. And I guess this isn't a murder weapon, huh? No. I'm sure someone just wiped it off later, after the murder. Yeah, of course. This thing's definitely the murder weapon. Great job, pal. It's about the same length as the switch sheet, too. It must be the murder weapon. Okay, I'm gonna run over the forensics. There's gotta be some trace of blood left, even if most of it has been wiped off. See you later, pal. Airtight. Wait up, detective. Huh? What is it, pal? I'm a pretty busy guy right now, you know. I'm going to get that stuff analyzed, right? Would you mind holding off for just a while? Huh, what are you talking about, pal? Please. Just until we find Maya. Maya? What's this got to do with her? I don't know, but I'm starting to get a really bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. Oh, how so? Look, Maya's trapped inside the sacred cavern right now, and... well, we don't even know if she's okay or not. The more evidence and testimony I hear, the more uneasy I feel. You don't think... Maya's been murdered? Please, detective, let's just wait until we can get inside the sacred cavern. You're looking kinda very radiant there. Okay, just stop it with that face, pal. One thing though. This top secret trick, let's keep it between you and me, airtight, alright? If it gets out that we knew about it and didn't say anything, we're finished. I understand. This is just a regular run-of-the-mill stuff, you got it? Okay, I will take good care of it, pal. Thank you, detective. Don't worry, she'll be fine. Gumshoe? You know, there's a place at the base of this mountain that has some really good pasta. How about I take you there when you find Maya, huh, pal? Sure, thanks. And help wonder though, what was Elise Downing doing with stuff like this in the first place? Oh, fuck up. Okay, I guess we go garden now. Wait. Edgeworth. Did you know that Iris had a twin sister? What? A twin? You can't be serious. This is the beginning told me, but the problem is she didn't know the name of this twin. There was nothing about Iris having a sister in the files, so I checked. Well, Iris was taken in by the temple when she was really young. Apparently her sister was raised by her father, a jeweler, I think. A jeweler? Right, I just might know who this twin sister of hers is. I had a feeling you'd say that. Let me guess. Her name is Dahlia Hawthorne, right? Yes, exactly. Please tell me what you know about her, Edgeworth. Please. It was my first cold case, 6 years ago. I was a greenhorn, and due to my inexperience, the defendant died. We're talking about Terry Falls, right? Do you know about that case? You're not the only one who knows something about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne. I checked on one of Mia's old files from 6 years ago. Yes, Dahlia was a key witness in that case. Dahlia and Terry Falls conspired together to stage a fake kidnapping 11 years ago. They stole a jewel worth $2 million from Dahlia's father, a jeweler. And 5 years after that, she murdered her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne, to keep her from talking. Her sister? Well, her stepsister actually. They weren't blood related. Valerie was the only daughter of Dahlia's father's second wife. Oh, and this is when she entered my life. The woman who tried to kill me. So after Terry Falls died, what happened to Dahlia? You check that out. Does it really matter? Like I said, Dahlia isn't connected with this case. Why are you so sure about that? Simple. Dahlia Hawthorne is dead. Okay then. What? Well, her metabolic processes are a matter of interest only to historians, so to speak. What do you mean by Dahlia Hawthorne is dead, Edgeworth? Right, I must confess that I'm reading her file. I came to know of the murder case you were involved in during your college years. Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, thanks to the persistence of Mia Fey. At the time, Dahlia, it's like she was possessed by a demon or something. It's been almost 5 years since that guilty verdict was handed down, and her sentence was finally carried out. She was executed last month. Last month? Jeez. Executed? I'm sure that's a bit of a shock for you, right? And for more reasons than one. But do you understand now? She can't possibly be connected with this case. Said, and once someone is dead, there's no way to revive them. There's no way to revive the dead. I wonder. It seems you're not aware of one other connection yet, Edgeworth. And what is that? About Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne's mother. What's their mother got to do with any of this? Is Morgan Fey, a spirit medium from branch family of the Crime Channeling Technique. Did you say Crime Channeling Technique? Do you know something about it? Oh yes, I know it's connected with that fraudulent spirit medium. Fraudulent? I was involved in another nightmare 17 years ago. I was caught up in the middle of a murder investigation. Police didn't have any leads. They were stumped, and that's when they called her in. She's a very famous spirit medium and the master of her channeling school. Do you know what happened? As a result of her efforts, an innocent man was accused of murder. She and her powers, they were all fraudulent. It's first. The police records room. It's all in there. All you have to do is check the DL6 incident case files and you'll know. Of course, how could I forget? Edgeworth was the victim in that case. It's worth. You'll understand someday. And then you'll see that the current giant technique is real. So... this... Uh-oh, careful. Be careful once night falls, should be there. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Leave everything up to her. Her name is his, our all, the whole. Here's a picture of her. Use it. Channel her, I know you can do it. Once it is burnt, also tell anyone about this letter. Gravely roast the master, the fires of Hades, and bring our vengeance to fruition. So now, I'm gonna just come out and say that this her has got to be Dahlia. So someone channeled Dahlia. Most likely. I wonder if I can... what happens if I present this here? Okay, it's just the... never mind then. Actually, okay. Wait, can I... oh, I can do this now, I guess. That's nice. And this time you told the truth about what you were doing on that night. You said you were in your room at Hasekura Temple the entire time. You still claim that to be the truth? Yes, that's where I was. Iris, I believe you're innocent. That's why I want to believe that what you're telling me too, but I can't. Because this person saw you somewhere else on the night of the murder. Wouldn't this be here, this one? I'm talking about just the beginning, of course. The beginning. Testimony in court today was very clear. Night I was helping. Just the beginning didn't just see you, she spoke with you. She talked about my training that night. So you see, Iris, you were there at the inner temple on the night. I think I understand now. Okay. Okay. So hold up. It makes sense now, actually. It wasn't her, probably, maybe, that Bikini saw. It was someone who channeled Dahlia. Because it was after the lights out bell, right? So that, and that matches up with this as well. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must tell her. Okay. You were there at the inner temple on the night of murder. And because that one, because whoever channeled her would probably have had the hood on, then that would have meant that Beginning didn't see like more details, and because Iris and Dahlia are twins, then they look exactly the same apart from the hair, which wasn't visible due to the hood. So yeah, okay, that makes sense, I suppose. That's very impressive, Mr. Wright. Iconite's actual training was due to start after 10 o'clock that night. Left the main hall early, so I wouldn't be late. What time was that? Let me see, unless they contradict that whole point and she actually went there. Oh well. Let me see. It takes about 20 minutes to walk between the main hall and the inner temple. So I would have left at about 9:40 PM, I think. I'm sorry, Iris, but lying just doesn't suit you. Huh? Now, you say you left the main hall at 9:40 PM, but what you say doesn't add up with this. Which one am I supposed to what? This one. Okay, yeah. Yourselves testified to the contrary, don't you remember? You said you rang the lights out bell at 10 o'clock that night. Plus, on the moments before you rang that bell, you were seen at the main hall by the most reliable witness I have. Who's that? Me. Mr. Wright? We even spoke a little that evening. That's when you gave me this. Surely you haven't forgotten. That's right. I remember. And that brings us to another puzzling fact, Iris. At 10 o'clock on the night of the murder, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time. This time you told me exactly what's been going on, Iris. So far I managed to prove 2 things. First, on the night of the incident, you were at the inner temple. And second, at the exact same time, you were ringing the bell at Hazakura Temple. There's only one possible explanation for this apparent invisibility. The night of the incident, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time. Which means there must have been 2 of you. I can't think of any other explanation, Iris. But that's crazy. How could that be? There's only one of me. It's impossible. Possible? I wonder. We are trembling, so that seems to suggest otherwise. You're seriously trying to suggest there's more than one of me? Then show me the evidence. Show me something that proves there's more than one of me. Do I show this one or the other one? Okay, the other one. I have a firm grasp of the situation now, Iris. You have a sister, don't you? A twin sister, perhaps? That's right. Dahlia Hawthorne, a woman I know only too well. No idea you knew of her. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. But she's no longer... Yes, I know. Her sentence was carried out recently, wasn't it? Sorry. Thank you. There's no need to explain now, is there, Iris? The second you who was there, here at the temple on the night of the murder, it was your twin sister, Dahlia Hawthorne. Also, it was that way around then. You just said it yourself a second ago. My sister's dead. Have you forgotten that? But wait, no, but wait, hold on. When exactly was this given? Because... Before, yeah, okay, so if this was received before the lights out belt, then that doesn't make sense. Because Dahlia was supposed to be channeled after the lights out bell happened. So that would mean that the one who gave us the food was Iris, and the other one was Dahlia. Otherwise there's something wrong here, I don't know. Or am I just stupid? Is it that? Have you forgotten that? Have you forgotten that this Iris? This is a challenge also, training ground of the crime channel technique. At night, someone channeled Dahlia's spirit, and you knew about it. And that's the secret you've been trying to hide from me. Ah. I was in my room in the main hall that night. As soon as I heard that I'd been spotted at the inner temple, I knew it was my sister. Dahlia, the other half of me who passed away last month. As I suspected. Iris, that sister Vicky saw at the inner temple on the night of the murder. It's Dahlia Hawthorne. Why didn't you tell me this before? Because my sister always does the right thing. Excuse me? Because I mustn't get in the way of what she's trying to do. I already betrayed her once before. I can't do it again. You betrayed her? What do you mean? That's why I have to accept I may be found guilty. It's the only way. What is she talking about? You know about it, don't you, Mr. Wright? About the fake kidnapping that took place on Eagle Mountain 11 years ago. That was the start of it all. It was what led her down the twisted path. decided to commit crime after crime, and in the end, she lost her life. It's all because I betrayed her. Or do you betray her, Iris? There's no coincidence that the Eagle Mountain is where the exchange was to take place. After all, I helped plan the whole thing. What? I got scared, so I ran away. What are you talking about? Why would you help her? $2 million from your own father. That's awful. But I promised that I'd help. And I didn't do it for the money. Ah, it's revenge on our father. Revenge? What do you mean by revenge? He was a hideous man. He threw our mother away and then sent her to hell. Her mother? She must be talking about Morgan Fay. Her mother was the eldest daughter of the main branch of the Fay family. The main family had a lot of influence in many business and political circles at the time. As the eldest daughter, our mother was set to inherit all of the destinies next semester. That's the reason our father married our mother in the first place, for power. But his plan backfired. So our mother's sister took it all from her. She took over as the Master of Crime. That would be Mr. Fay, Maya's mother. But before long, the credibility of the Quran tradition hit rock bottom. The new master, Mr. Fay, made a terrible mistake. So during the investigation of the DL6 incident. After that happened, our father took me and my twin sister away, leaving our mother and our home behind. He hated the place. He said it was a big dive and that he had no reason to stay here. That's when he came here to Hasagar Temple. Yes, the woman my father took as his next wife already had a daughter, Valerie. I had no place in his new family, you see. Oh. But I haven't seen my mother once since then. When the master seed stolen from her and being rejected by her own family. I heard she's been very battered, spiritually and emotionally. I think I'm finally beginning to see how the pieces fit together. I've asked her everything I can, in my capacity as a prosecutor. This incident, everything related to it goes back to the history of the Fay clan. So it looks like. Iris, there's just one more thing I want you to tell me. What is it? In an incident in which your sister, Dolly Hawthorne, poisoned a lawyer. She began a relationship with a certain college student in order to hide the evidence. The college student, have you heard anything about him? Well, I did hear one thing. She hated his guts. I see. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. Hurry up, Phoenix Wright. There's so much to investigate. Give these logs to me. I'll open them for you, as promised. Thank you. I suppose I'd better continue my investigation. There's still one giant secret left to unlock. Well, Cyclock. Can I unlock it already? Seems like I can. Okay. Okay. Oh, not talk. That's it. Look at that. They really did make a fire right in front of the shack. Oh, Mr. Nick. Ah, you're too late, Nick. Came here for one of our potatoes. We already polished them all off. I think I pretty much got all the evidence I need. I just need to find out what Prose is hiding. Okay. After dinner on the night of the murder, we're supposed to be in Alicia Nim's room, reading a book together, correct? Yes, I was so happy when she invited me, but I didn't go in the end. You didn't go? No, there was somewhere else I had to go instead. I was so worried, I didn't know what to do with myself. I was so nervous. Wells never went to Miss Nim's room, because she was too worried about something or someone else. Wells? The night of the murder, you went to this place, didn't you? There we go. You went here, didn't you, Pearls? So she's still not going to open up to me. I swear, you went because you were so worried, right? The next question is, who or what were you so worried about? I'm going to take a guess, and you can tell me if I'm right or wrong, okay? You mean you know? If I'm right, will you tell me the whole truth? Okay. In this place for one very simple reason, and that is this. Oh wait, it was the fucking first one. It's obvious that you were so worried about... Well, it's obvious what you were so worried about, Pearls. It was Maya, wasn't it? You knew that training Maya was undertaking was dangerous. After all, it was a special course. I signed up for your special course. Okay, yeah. The beginning scared you with what she said, didn't she? Because it was you who introduced the Secret Temple to Maya in the first place. You felt responsible, didn't you? Thinking about what could happen to Mystic Maya made me more and more worried. I couldn't sit still at all. So I decided to go and find out what she was doing at the inner temple. It's really clear now that you went to the inner temple that night, Pearls. I was not curious what happened after that. But what time was it when you headed down over to the inner temple? It was probably around 9:30 when I left the main hall. I heard the real training was supposed to start at 10. I went to get there before it started. There was some snow, so I didn't get there until after 10 o'clock. Well, after 10? How do you know what time it was? Because I heard the bell ringing for lights out. Did you hear the lights out bell? The Secret Temple bell is pretty small though, isn't it? You must have really good hearing. I was really trying to pick up the sound of the bell, that's all. I didn't want to miss it, that would be terrible. I was trying to hear the bell. Tell me, Pearls, why were you so worried about hearing that bell? Huh? Oh, I think I know why. The reason you were so worried about the bell was because of this. You were given some instructions to follow for that night, weren't you? I presume you recognize these pieces of paper. Where did you? In the incinerator at the inner temple. Pearls, you were following the instructions in this letter that night, weren't you? That's why you couldn't afford to miss the sound of the lights out bell. Spaces, Mr. Nick, you're amazing. Instructions that were found in the incinerator. I believe they were written for you, Pearls. For me? No. As you can see, a large portion has been burned. The last section is still fairly legible. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Who was it, Pearls? Whose spirit were you supposed to be channeling? Taking into account the author of the note and their purpose for writing it, whose spirit would Pearls have been trying to channel? Not overthinking it, Phoenix. It's pretty obvious what Pearls was supposed to channel. The person you were trying to channel with that, Pearls, was... It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? That was the name that was in the letter. This is as I suspected. It wasn't Iris or Sister Bikini met at the inner temple at night. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you know anything about her, Pearls? Do you know what kind of woman Dahlia Hawthorne was? No. I've never heard of anyone by that name before reading those instructions. I thought so. Pearls doesn't have a clue. She doesn't know that Dahlia is her sister. God don't I. But the instructions in the letter I found, Pearls. Who brought them? Where it was asking you to channel the spirit of someone you'd never heard of. You must have quite a lot of respect for them. After all, you followed their instructions without question. So here's my next question. Who wrote this set of instructions for you to follow? Could it have been... Ellie? It's the person who wrote the instructions, isn't it, Pearls? I had a lot of faith in them to follow their instructions. I... A lot of faith. Wasn't that then? No thanks. My bad. That wouldn't have made sense anyway. Could it have been Iris? I suppose, yeah. God damn it. Wait. Of course, it's obvious. God fucking damn it, I'm dumb. Girls, I had to wonder about something. You didn't have any idea what these instructions meant, did you? But you followed them to the letter regardless. Why? Because it was your own mother who asked you. That's why. How did you? I figured it out. The person who brought you this letter was your own mother, Morgan Fay. Alright, fellas. It's time you started telling me the truth. Mr. Nick, Where's she holding back from me? I don't like this. You don't underestimate me just because I'm a child. Huh? You're trying to say I followed these instructions. I'd like to see some proof. What? Because I don't think you have any. Say anything rather than admit to carrying out these instructions. I guess I'll have to produce some more evidence then. One more thing you should do it. Alright, fellas. Both know someone carried out these instructions. Oh, that's a murder. You're right. You're right, there's no evidence that proves it you. I knew it. However, I do know that whoever did it was a child. Huh? How do you know that? Couldn't have been an adult. An adult would have made a simple mistake like that. A simple mistake? What do you mean by that? I'm sure you thought you were carefully following the instructions you'd been given. You misunderstood some of the words, and this is the evidence that proves it. No. Let's load this back. God damn it. Go through it again. What is a piece of evidence? Oh. How does it make sense? So you splattered gravy on this hanging scroll, wasn't it? Ah, what? Why would I do something like? Do you remember what was written in the letter? Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our Vengeance fruition. Oh yeah, okay, that makes sense now I suppose. Didn't know how to read the words gravely and roast among others, right? How do you know that? Remember the conversation you had with Mr. Danim on the night of the murder? Perhaps we can read some books together. Really? I'd love to. I'm not very good at reading. Wait, yeah. Sure, Miss Danim taught you how to read gravely and roast. But what she didn't teach you is what they meant. Gravely sounded like gravy to me. The only roast I think of was the food. And that's why you did it. That's why you covered the picture of the master in gravy from the night's pot roast. To be honest, I did think it was a bit strange. Guess I really did get the wrong idea. Just a tiny bit. I really am all the users. Don't even burn the letter properly as my mother had asked of me. It's a simple thing, and I couldn't even do it right. After dinner that night, I did go to the inner temple. The pot full of the leftover gravy. Gravy? I saw the picture on the hanging scroll near the sacred cavern. I was sure it was the Master of Quran, like it said in the letter. I see, and then? Well, it was already way past 10 when I got there because I was half left. So I went to the inner temple guest area. Guest area? Yes, I thought I could wait there until the training was over. I wanted to just go to the training hall. Because Mystic Maya's main training had already started and I couldn't interrupt it. So I stayed where I was and prayed for how to get through it. But then Girls, did you fall asleep? Sorry, I didn't mean to. I just couldn't help it. Hey, don't worry about it, Pearl. Who cares if you fell asleep? I fell asleep waiting for our heavens. Anyway, then you found yourself trapped at the inner temple. Yes, when I woke up it was morning. I tried not to cry, but the ski bridge wasn't there anymore, and there was no one in the training hall. I thought everyone had left me because I overslept. I threw the letter into the incinerator and then I heated up the leftover gravy and let off some steam by chucking the gravy on the scroll when you cried. Must have been pretty scary for you, bro. I always it used to leave me behind when I fell asleep at school too. I'm thinking about something so trivial with her experience, Larry. It's written right in my mother's letter. It said, as soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. I was on my way over to the inner temple when I heard the bell ring. I channeled Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit. No. I tried, but I couldn't do it. You couldn't do it? I never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. I tried and tried and I tried. Yesterday, this morning, the whole time. I just couldn't do it. Don't let it get you down, bro. It'll all work out. If you want, I'll come flying through the sky for you. Whoosh, just like that. So you never managed to channel the spirit. That's why you think your spiritual powers are gone. Yes, I don't know what to do. Isn't there any other explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? I suppose there's some other possibility. One other one. That sounds very like it though. Please tell me what it is anyway. That Dahlia isn't actually dead. What happened if someone else was already channeling the same spirit? Or that, I guess. That is probably that is probably more likely. Someone else? What do you mean? Well, there's only one of each spirit, right? Yep, it's like dating a girl, Nick. You can't see which if she's already taken. That would mean on the night of the murder, someone else channeled her spirit before Pearls could. Someone else channels the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne. I'm a failure. I couldn't even grant my mother's final wish. Her final wish? Yes, this letter is my last wish, she said. So make sure you follow the instructions carefully. This letter, definitely need to find out more about it. My mother has gone to a place called a penitentiary. Yeah, I know, pearls. I visit her every month, and last month she told me, "Time we've been waiting for has come, Pearl. There's something I need you to do for me. I had a letter for you at our home before they brought me here. I want you to read it and do exactly what it says. It's for the good of the fake land, my angel. You'll be doing a great thing. Now listen carefully, and I'll tell you where the letter is hidden." My mother is always nice to me. I love her very much. Yeah, moms will do anything for their kids, right? It was for the good of the fake land, so I knew I had to help her. I mean, Mystic Maya is part of the fake land, so it had to be good for her too. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Nick? I guess so, yeah. There's a picture with her letter too. Picture? Of Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Usually a picture is enough to channel someone's spirit, but this time... Pretty weird, huh? Like Lorraine knows anything about this stuff. There's something else that was strange about my mother's letter. The seal on it was broken, as if someone had already opened it once before. It's pretty strange. I don't open it already. Thanks, Pearls. You really helped me out. You're very welcome. My mother is watching over us. I'm sure Mystic Maya will be alright. Look at that innocent smile on her face. What am I supposed to say to her? Ah. Finally figured it out, have you tried? Finally realized how terrible of a crime being painfully oblivious is. Godot. The entrance to the sacred cavern looks like a freaking puzzle workshop. I guess he's talking about Iris and Dolph breaking a foot. It's all a waste of time. Why do you say that? Because Maya Fey isn't coming back. What? You don't know what you're talking about. How can you say something like that? It's your job to protect her, right? Just like it was your job to protect Maya Fey. Two sisters caught up in the worst circumstances. I realized it, but... And you were the only one who was by their sides. You were the only one who could have saved them. They didn't know anything about what was going on. Ha. What did I just say it, right? Being oblivious is a heinous crime in itself. Tomorrow, we'll settle everything in court tomorrow. Once and for all. Mr. Nick, is what that man just said true? You'll be alright, fellas. I'm sure Maya's alive. You'll see for yourself tomorrow. Yeah, that's right. I know I can trust you, Mr. Nick. My dear Pearl. You've done so well, my child, my Pearl. It's better that you don't know what you've done. I knew this day would come for you. Blood of the main family is no more. Now finally, after all this time, the Master Seed is yours. My last great wish. I was just in time. Bruh. Guys. Oh dog. Oh god. Okay. Good morning. How are you by yourself? Ah, morning, fellas. Snake, please tell me, what's going to happen to Mystic Maya? I'm sorry, we don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed in the inner temple. Oh, I see. So is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall? No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She is required to be here in court. Then she's not here in the defendant's lobby. But admit it's kinda strange. We're looking for Iris. She's in the prosecutor's lobby. Edgeworth? What's Iris doing over there? Turn over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. Wait, what? The prosecutor is squeezing her for confession, or so I heard. Scum of Karma, what are you up to? I know what you're thinking. Francisca isn't going to be the prosecutor today. What? Then who is? Who else would it be but Godot? Godot. Francisca is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern. Sacred Cavern. You mean that she's... Exactly. She's been out there all night, trying to remove those 3 clocks. The head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken off in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly and we receive some good news soon. Yeah, thanks, that's it. Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Prepare to fight like there's no tomorrow. And tell me that. Shame, I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden frantic maniac you were yesterday. It's strange. On the way here I decided today would be the end of all this. Almost immediately after I made the decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you passed your gold on to someone else, literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner. Thanks. Oh man. I still don't have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. Circumstances around the murder of Miss Alice Downing. No, I mean Miss DeFay. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what that woman is really after. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. Personalization for the trial of Iris of Hasagara Temple. Your Honor? What are you... Who? Me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chamber this morning. Officer, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Therefore, I'll be standing in front of him. I see, Your Honor. So they are brothers, that explains a lot. My poor brother, he looked a bit pale, not to mention sad that he couldn't be here. So everyone stains the defense attorney, the prosecutor, and the judge. Possible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. It's precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we of the court have been charged with solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said, Mr. Godot. Understood exactly what you said, at least up until the end, anyway. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There's only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. So then you must mean... forget it. What do you mean? Minister says the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today she has had a change of thought. Mr. Iris of Hasagara Temple has a confession to make. Confession? The defendant. Iris. Why didn't you discuss this with me first? Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession. When meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. My name is Iris. I'm but a simple nun undergoing training at Hasagara Temple. Witness, is there something that you want to confess to? Yes. But first I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore. It's alright. Why is it? Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident. Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Alice Downing? No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After the spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Alice and carried it to the Hasagara Temple courtyard where I desecrated it. What? Order in the court, order. Witness, are you saying you were an accomplice to the murder? Yes, that's correct. What? 3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in cold sweat. Ha, everyone in the planet is an accomplice to something. This happens to be that in this case it's the murder. Isn't that right? Is that right? go that. Just the confession they were conferring about. Pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. His testimony okay. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions? I was covering for someone. I'm definitely off the creek without a paddle or life jacket. I've been at the Sakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Sakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the current tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family. Sorry, about the main family? Yes, and that's why I would turn it myself, if need be, to protect her. In order of the master of the crime channeling technique. Mystic Maya Fey. Ah? What? Wake up and smell the coffee, try it. She's naming... Aya? Order in the cold. So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer. I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. Then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her. That's ridiculous. Maya could never. The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime? Yes, Your Honor. I thought I was prepared for the unexpected. I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. I went to the inner temple at night and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense, you can't blame her for it. It was in self-defense. Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya. I moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't it right? Bad, you got the instincts of a true criminal. Isn't quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday. Iris never went to the inner temple at night. That the person who did go was that woman. You're not admitted it. Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. Stars, your testimony sustains quite a bit since yesterday. You said yesterday that on the night of the murder, you didn't go to the inner temple. Did she now? Too bad for you, what she said yesterday doesn't mean much today. By the way, where were you when she claimed that she didn't go? It was in the inner temple's training hall. Private conversation between the two of you does not constitute testimony. That would be properly described as hearsay. What do you have to say, witness? I just couldn't tell him the truth at that time. Mystic Maya, she's your girlfriend, isn't she? I didn't want to be the one to break it to you that I saw her commit murder. There. We all understand how difficult this is for you. Now then, let's continue with the testimony. What do you witness in the temple garden? Well, Your Honor. You're saying that the victim attacked Maya, Miss Faye. Yes, it was a truly frightening scene. Maya was struck hard on the head and it looked like she was going to collapse. What were you doing at the time? Weren't you stopped from fighting? I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I was in such shock. It's perfectly understandable, my dear. This doesn't sound right. I don't believe this testimony for a minute. What happened after that? She moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her stuff and reached into her robe for a weapon. Wait a minute. What was this weapon? It was some kind of dagger. Dagger, huh? And Elysium tried to stab her with this weapon. Kill Miss Faye. Yes, exactly. Looked like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. We have a problem with the testimony we are hearing from a client, lawyer boy. You have a problem with our testimony? Do I? Or not? I have a small problem with the witness testimony. You do? To witness your own client? Yes, well, nevertheless. That's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony. Yes, sir. Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that. Listen, Gramps. I want to say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. Okay, now, let's continue. She threw her step away. This guy was trying to kill Mystic Maya. I think that's why she wanted a more lethal weapon. It's true. It's not easy to inflict a deadly blow with a staff. Sister Wright, let me make sure I got this straight. The victim herself chose to throw away her staff. Yes, that's what I saw. Is there anything odd about that, Mr. Wright? It's odd, alright. This guy attacked Mystic Maya with the dagger. I'm sure of this. Can we use this? Okay, we can. Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events. Huh? Seeing him throwing her stuff away makes no sense at all to me. But all you can do with the stuff is it's his man. Aha. Naturally you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's stuff had a special feature about it. So you can see it's a sword. But this Elysium really had wanted to kill my Faye. She wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say? That was an impressive bit of investigating, right? I never would have thought there was a sword hidden in this stuff. Even so, how should I put this? The long sword is unwieldy, and thus quite ineffective in close quarters combat. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade. Well, anyway, the type of weapon that she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill my Faye. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. There's something strange about this whole testimony. Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point. Very well, Your Honor. Defense will now present evidence to back its argument. What in the shit? Mr. Wright, I have here another piece of evidence that shows that this statement can't be trusted. Because of Miss Elysium would never attempt to take the life of my FA. Which evidence is it though? Is it simply presenting her? Elysium would never have attacked my Faye. How can you be so sure? Because the victim's real name was not Elysium. Real name was Misty Faye. Faye? Ah, no! Not Misty Faye. Which is Misty Faye? Is she related to? Misty Faye is the master of the crime channel technique. She is also the mother of my Faye. Are you serious? Is it really true? Is it right? Was Elysium actually the great mystic Misty? There's no doubt about it. Looks like Iris had no idea. I can hardly believe it. The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hasn't Hadn't seen in 17 years. First the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing. Order in the court. On first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, 1. That the victim supposed threw away the sword during a fight, 2. That the two people hitting to death, battling to death were mother and daughter, despite the facts being believable when taken on their own. When taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe. There's nothing in this world that is impossible, except for one little thing. Yes, why is this one doing so again? Still don't get it. I think maybe my beans are under roasted, but you have no idea, Cramps. Could you get your point? I heard this witness's confession this morning. Just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup of morning coffee. Going to ruin your health, my friend. Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty. He said the dagger the witness testified to seeing. Obviously, Your Honor. But do you not notice something else? Now that you mention it. If you look closely, there appears to be blood on it. Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? The pine tree? The dagger was stuck in the backside of the pine tree. When the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women, this little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree. Which means the blood on this dagger belongs to the victim, correct? We're even listening, old man. I first heard this confession this morning, as I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of morning coffee. It was 8, just a few minutes ago. I didn't have enough time to get blood analyzed on such short notice. In case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I ordered that the blood test be performed on it immediately. It's my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right. But get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. Now then, the testimony we've just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible. Cute girls never lie. Ever. In case, witness, if you could please testify again to this court. About what, Your Honor? About the incident you saw. The battle between the two women. Yes, Your Honor. Miss Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff. But then she dodged Mysticali's next and stole her weapon. Fortunately, Mysticalis was the one on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mysticalis. Mysticalis managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. It was a very heartbreaking story. I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Maya's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore. That seems reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. God. What happened to the victim's stuff then? I'm not sure. The area was very dark, so I really couldn't see. I think it got knocked away somewhere as the fight escalated. Makes sense. It would explain the need for the dagger. Mr. Gates raised the dagger to strike. The Mystic Maya dodged it at the last second. Daggers struck the lantern and fell to the ground. Then at some point, Mystic Maya picked it up. Nothing sounds especially strange yet. What did the victim do with the first thought from her? You're saying that Maya Fey turned the tables on the victim? Yes. Mystic Maya wasn't herself at the time. After all, her life was in danger. I can't believe it. The idea of Maya cornering someone with a knife point. It's just silly. As they say, a cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal. I believe the correct description of a cornered fox is scared and petrified. Your animal answers have grown tiresome. You're the one who started it. Anyway, so after Maya Fey backed out the victim in the stone lantern, what happened next? I'm absolutely certain that's what you saw. Yes, I'm almost certain. Almost. The corner was dark. I couldn't really tell who was who. What did it just say? So in other words, it could have been someone else entirely. We know that Maya Fey was at the inner temple at night. And that the woman that was killed was at least Dianim. Isn't it fairly obvious who attacked who? I don't have anything to counter that yet. Hold on, witness, please continue. Yeah, yes, Your Honor. God. The two of them faced each other for a moment. Mystic Maya rushed straight into Mystic Alice. Mystic Alice doubled over and fell to the ground. So you stabbed you in the stomach, huh? Yes. Where did the dagger go? I have no idea. It was dark and I couldn't see. Only the detective who found the dagger. It was stuck in the pine tree in the garden. Most likely it was flung towards the tree after the struggle. It's the most likely explanation, yes. Being stabbed in the stomach, did the victim collapse right away? Now that I think of it, they seemed to stare at Mystic Maya for a while. Mystic Maya stood there, not moving an inch. It felt for a moment like time had just stopped. But then suddenly, as if the spell had worn off, Mystic Maya fell over. It was like a reasonable start at first, but there's one thing that is completely impossible. The very idea of Maya stabbing someone, that alone is impossible, which means this faulty testimony must contain another contradiction in somewhere. Iris, where were you standing when you witnessed all this? What do you mean? Well, if either of them had noticed you, they might not have continued their battle. I wonder if that's true. Two of them, they were standing near the garden stone lantern. I was watching the whole time, thing from behind. It was dark where the two of them were, so I think that's why they didn't see me. So it was dark in the garden when the murder took place. Tell me, what did Miss Maya Fey do after she was struck? Never mind. I feel like it's something related to that though. Could it be? But that wouldn't make sense either, goddammit. Over the head with the staff. This be here then? No, apparently not. What the heck? Oh, wait. Wait. Why am I dumb? I should probably pay more attention. Then I could maybe solve these things. Ah, God. Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Huh? Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony? According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct? Yes, that's right. In that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right? Yes, I think so. But according to the test autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony. What's the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? It's simple. People are like books. We've all got a front and a back. You get my drift? Is that all you had to say? Oh man. I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind. Do you please knock it off with cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away useful stuff, the people fighting being mother and daughter, and now she falsely claims the victim was stabbed into her stomach. There certainly are some kind of inconsistencies. Well, Iris, how about it? Well, it's just... It's me. We're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee. To pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all senses. But you're really concentrating on what this witness actually said. Proceed good. Explain yourself. The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. Human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light. Light. By the way, did you know? Wright has a rule on nights when an acolyte is at the inner temple training. The stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit. I wonder what the stone lantern was there for. But if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the ground more clearly? Normally yes, remember. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern. Possible? It hadn't been used in a long time and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all. Most enlightening. Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. If the staff were dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right? It's right. Order. Here, Gunnar. Let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it will rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. Why is the judge just sitting there with the look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Was the flame too hot? This lantern, there's something written on it. Why? It's written in blood. Oh boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet. Written in blood? It says Maya upside down. What the? Oh yes, that's right. After being cornered and then stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Ace didn't fall down right away. Must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her. The blood that was draining out of her body. then he looks at me. Hang on just a minute. What are you talking about? What do you mean, what are we all talking about? We're talking about the message written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern. It is clean as a visual. Could it be? You can't see the bloody writing at all. Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. So that's what he meant by that. In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark, and that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Goddard, anything further? Mr. Goddard? Okay then. Let's move on. Goddard's later is shaking, and somehow I don't think it's from caffeine overdose. I believe it has now been established that Miss Downing was killed by Maya Fey. That's just wrong. Now it's time to turn our attention to you. Yes, sir. After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears. After Mystic Alice died, I called up the Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the current tradition. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Tusky Bridge. Then I used a snowball wheel to carry it back to the temple and... I used a Shichishito to alter the way the wound looked. So you moved the body? Yes. I was raised at Hasagara Temple. I with a great deal of thanks to the Fey clan. But even so, I never imagined that Alice Downing was actually Misty Fey. I've committed a terrible sin. A terrible trick of fate. I believe you're looking for a twist of fate, Your Honor. I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body, but we're split by the head nun, correct? Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back. The story makes sense, I suppose. So right, go ahead with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Fine. I want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. I'm just trying to pin the murder on Maya. Why would she want to do that? There's only one reason I can think of. How do I? So then, you knew the significance of the name Maya Fey. Yes, of course I did. That's odd. I mean, since the beginning you didn't recognize Maya's name, let alone her position. Anyway, she was a very special person indeed. The snowmobile? I knew that would show up sooner or later. Yes, I had the key. There's a snowmobile that traveled from Hasagara Temple to Dusky Bridge. The part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details? Really did move her body by snowmobile. There should be tracks left in the snow, right? Well, yes, naturally, you would expect tracks. This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from the ride? Yes, I think they are. But I can only see what's the obstruction there. Ah, not sure what's strange about that. Snow was falling when I left Hazard Temple. See, snow's falling, still falling, huh? And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why there are such restoration tracks. Oh, that is right. What is testimony? I think I've heard some strange though. Then do worry about it. When you're I have no problems with the testimony. But that's coming in. Okay. But it's all the way up to the temple if prepared. Yes. Well, the way missing my never be suspected. So I thought anyway, then I would be these ones, the snowmobile instead. I don't know. Hear more about the snowmobile ride. Well, it was very cold back that night, so I rode it all the way to the foot of the bridge. I'm sorry, witness. But now, I've got a problem with your testimony. Excuse me? What are you up to now? Night. After the head nun, I left the remainder of the training to you. Since you walked from the inner temple back to Hasagra temple. Yes, I'm fairly certain that's what the record indicates. And she got her comments on the subject. Yeah. Snowmobile was in front of the main gate. It's one of those contradictions, wouldn't you say? Order, Mr. Godot. Why are you pointing out contradictions in the witness testimony? Let's just say I like things to be neat and tidy, okay? Well, maybe. Since the beginning missed it. Yes, maybe she didn't see it. Thinks he missed it? Doesn't sound right. Ah, whatever. Even I don't think this is decisive enough to warrant any more time or effort. It's just... you'd better be careful in your testimony. That's all I want to say. Small little cookie like you shouldn't have any trouble understanding that. Yes, sir. What's it all about? Hope you could want to give me a hint. Well, let's go. So you transfer to all the way to courtyard. What the fuck, dude? Oh, so it, okay. So I'm actually done. No, god fucking damn it. I tried to press down twice, but I only pressed it once. I guess I could just load. But when the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. It doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence, so, well, yeah, probably. You know, like this, the statement Iris has made to the testimony. What does it have something to do with the case? All will be McHale if you allow her statement to be added to the record. Ah, this should be fun. Yeah, let's get this snow business cleared up, shall we? Yes, sir. There have been a lot of contradictions in your testimony so far. This time, are you sure it's all true? Yes, I am. When the murder happened, the snow door stopped. According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks were so clear. That's right, I'm certain of it. Got rapture this time. Is everything snow, huh? What's going on here? The snow really had stopped by the time of the murder. I mean, there's a bigger hole in her story than the movie, the TRiibulations. Ah. Well then, Mr. Wright, perhaps you'd like to share your theory with us. Let's see what's up your sleeve. Or rather, at the end of your index finger. I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. I'm just trying to pin the murder on Maya. Why would she want to do that? And one... yeah. Do we use the weather report here, or... hold up. Or is something else? Need something else. God damn it. No. I might have... what the fuck? I didn't even think so. So this one, okay. Okay then. Sure. Then the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. I'm sorry, Iris. This is impossible. What? Is that weather data from the night of the murder? When it is, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 PM. They couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time. Why do you say that? It's 5 minutes before the snow stopped. Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught on fire. Okay, yeah. Now that makes more sense. What do you say? The bridge, it was on fire. You mean to say you didn't know about it? Wait, just because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down. What? But it can't be. Looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth. You can't pull wool over the eyes of a real defense authority. No! Order. The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge. But you're nobody. Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of both. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Only person here that is truly contemptible is you. Old man. Me? How dare you? Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now. Squat? The important thing now is to find out the truth. Isn't that right? Yes, of course, but whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can be disputed. First, the body of Alistairnium was discovered in the Hasagora Temple courtyard. And second, the head nun, Sister Bikini. Witness Iris desecrating Ellie's genuine body. He makes a good point on both accounts. That's right. I'm not lying. Or reclaiming this time. I wasn't myself at all that night, so my memory is still somewhat hazy. I have stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy? It's only human to, If you're so perfect, right? Maybe you can explain this for the court. Why is it? When the murder happened, the bridge had already burned down. Somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in a temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic. Well, not exactly, no. I know there must be some other way she got across the burned out bridge. Once I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. Looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation. See what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth. Alright then, witness, let's hear your testimony once more. But what, Your Honor? You admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Will this be her final testimony? Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was this snow falling or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying that there is a way to cross the burning bridge? So it was just a misunderstanding, I see. This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident. It certainly was burned to a crisp end. One of the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Clearly it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition. Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as the truth. And Maya will be accused of murder. Right, I'm only going to say it one more time. It's only human to, and only humans can spot the errors of our ways. The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes. Alright, Mr. Wright, please begin your final cross-examination. A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility. What? Ha. You're saying it's possible? Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. Yes, there is. Who is it? Who is this witness? I can't check out here. I've got a key upon that. I can go. Besides Jernim's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice. Loris Jernim. Brilliant? Highly gifted? Apprentice? Remember what he said in his testimony. That night he was at the Mountain Shack, Heavenly Hall. And that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen this sketch before. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? Is it right? Are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? And you are using this pathetic scribble to support your argument? Uh-oh, that just looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Ha. Well tried. There's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, does this sketch prove anything? Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm going to prove it. Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with this sketch? Upside down. Why'd girl say that? Because you probably realized it way before already. What exactly is this sketch trying to show? I think old Whisker Face is going to forgive any more mistakes. Well, Phoenix, look carefully and think it over. This sketch was drawn by Loris Denimis. Of course the victim was flying through the air. You can see it right there in the sketch. Whoosh. You know, you were starting to remind me of yesterday's witness. Wow, that was the last thing I wanted to hear. Do you have any evidence that the victim flew through the air? Just so you know, we haven't discovered a giant human catapult at the inner temple yet. I wish they had. Even if you're a lousy liar, at least you're 1 cup's worth of the entertainment. I think we should skip the penalty this time. There must be some way. Let's know it. There must be a way to use our skits to show the truth of what happened. Alright then. The witness will now return to her testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Do I really need to go through that again? Or do I just present this one? Yeah, I guess I do. Or not. Okay, never mind. I'm done. Maybe okay. I don't remember where this is actually. It's probably right there, but whatever. Let's play it safe. So we present this. Something is obviously funny about the sketch. I'm not an art critic, but even I can see that. No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. Loris Denim stated it over and over. This sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we are to believe his testimony, the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. Contradicts reality? Ah, it's getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger pointing thing again. Right. So what exactly contradicts reality as we know it? Wouldn't be this. It's flying figure, naturally. After all, people haven't learned to fly yet. Or did I miss something? So right. The answer just now. It's lethal. What? Okay, never mind then, I guess. What am I supposed to point out from there then? Oh. It's this wire connected to the bridge. The wire? Ha. The thing that contradicts reality. It is indeed. Then show us the reality it supposedly conflicts with. There's something that will point out the sketch contradicts reality. That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct? Yes. Now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge, something says flat. The wires are below the guard wires. What? Order. The sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, it isn't likely that the artist just saw it wrong. Perhaps he just drew it wrong. Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. With someone like Loris, I admit the mistake is a definite possibility. But then that begs the question, why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? Are you saying you know the answer to that? Listen, think back, alright. Remember what Loris was doing when he witnessed this event. He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited and waited, and finally he laid down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. I ponder what sort of position Loris must have been at the time. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did. He was lying on his back? I can't see how it relates. Well, it does, Theodore. That's the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down. No way. Loris Stenning witnessed the event while he was lying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. So then, this sketch should actually... You finally get it, Theodore. The current way to read Loris Stenning's sketch is like this. This is how it should actually look. Victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge, it was actually swinging below. That's right, just like a pendulum. Ridiculous. Order. Of all the things to say, a pendulum? The bridge was burning to a crisp, there was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to make a gamble. He used the burning bridge to get the body across the other side, and a pendulum was the only way to get it done. Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Husky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to opposite the cliff. Yes, that sounds about right. In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you'd have the plan ahead. The lightning strike at night can only have been an accident, so it doesn't make sense that the culprit could have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. What? I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there. In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create a pendulum? And the meaning of this is, you want to know where the rope came from. It's hanging right here in front of your glorious beard. This is one of the wires on the bridge. When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire. And well, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Alice Jennings' body. I guess there was simply no other way to move the body. Mr. Godot. How much coffee is in the one cup? Seems that Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. Seems that the odds of a rope being readily available were very high. So I suppose that it's not an impossibility after all. Possible or impossible? That's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Right, I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any extra evidence that the body was swung over like a pendulum? Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see it's the one that was in front of the inner temple. So then, that was the spot where the criminal... Yes, precisely. Let us consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. The body was pushed from this point here. It will drop on the opposite rank at approximately this point. Did you say drop? They must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. What makes you think something like that happened? Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped some distance. What kind of evidence? Take a look at this autopsy report. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death. 10 feet, huh? That's most like the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. Then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. That's... yes, it's blood-stained amethyst crystal. It's the one that came off Miss Ellis Journey's staff. And even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found. Indeed, I believe it's already marked in this overhead map. Crystal was found... precisely, Your Honor. In the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed. This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You have provided us with the way the body could have been moved that night. An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. Mr. Wright? I thought this cold coffee might help cool you down. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Godot? That was a dark and bitter guess that you made, right? They forgot about one thing. Oh, and what would that be? The aroma. Ah? The coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma. And the rest of the code doesn't speak caffeines. Then can you help it? If the criminal had sent the body to the other side, like you say, then naturally there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it. Accomplice? The criminal wasn't able to cross the Dusky Bridge, so who collected the body? What do you have to say to that about that, right? Scott is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do. Yes, Your Honor. But he couldn't have made the Hasagura Temple without an accomplice. Very well then, if you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that received the body on the Hasagura Temple side? It can only be you, Sister Iris. Huh? But I don't see why you're so surprised. On the way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have minded. Right, were you even listening to the witness testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the inner temple garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath. I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hasagura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim. Strange indeed. It's almost as if, that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time. Mr. Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? Mention what? The pendulum, of course. Using the sketch drawn by an eyewitness. I have established how the body was moved using the burned out bridge. Which means it's now a fact that this occurred. Something you should have already known. No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about the pendulum. But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help. So you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about the whole thing. Unless you're not really Irish to begin with. What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright? What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this isn't Irish of the Hasagura Temple? Are you serious, right? You mean This woman is... There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse at night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. It's the... Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday? And why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya? The woman that's standing there at the witness stand. Her real name is... Bruh. Wait, this... Yeah. I never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time. Dahlia Hawthorne. Hawthorne? Mr. Iris had a twin sister, and you're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. That name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless. It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh yes, I remember now. That case, 5 years ago. My name is... okay. But according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month. So what? It has no meaning in this courtroom. What? Order, order, order. Wait a moment. How can you... My sister, she's already dead. What kind of... You all people should already understand. After all, blood of the master of the groin channeling technique flows within that body. Groin channeling technique? Oh, where have I heard that? That's right, you're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone. On the very night of the murder, to the temple where her twin sister Iris was. Well, if you're going to put things that way, then yes. We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happens. Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of the plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions. What's that? These instructions were written by her mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Tazagor Temple. 2 of them. Even the time of channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words, 10 PM. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. Since the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris. And the Iris who gave me this food in the main hall was also the real Iris. I mean that the Iris is the bikini saw at our inner temple. Or someone else did dressed as her, namely, one Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you even know what you're saying, right? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne is business. Yes, it's true that you found plans that talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness understanding the witness stand is the real Iris. What? Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. Of the meeting since the beginning, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. It was later that the body was moved by a pendulum. That's right. Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far? Yes. After being notified of what happened, the police came to Tazagor Temple's main hall. There they found Iris in her room and arrested her. Ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Yes, I suppose. I can't deny any of that. Here, thank goodness. It looks like he's finally convinced. Something still seems off. Way off. I'm still convinced that the iris here is the same one from the other night. Ah, I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous. Like the real iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places. Switched places? To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know. But unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial. I don't have the assurance power needed to channel Dahlia, which means they must have switched places somewhere. Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at the Saga Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne? General, I think there might have been one chance. Oh, explain yourself. Yesterday for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown. Unknown? What do you mean? What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised. Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about free like that? Sorry, I know you didn't mean to, it wasn't your fault. The person who gave Iris a chance to freely move about was... This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it? Gunnar, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? An earthquake? Hmm. How could... wait. We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. But that's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here, no judge in his right mind would consider the idea of spiritual and... Be quiet. Oh, hell yes. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge. That voice. Guess I'll have to ask again. When meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. Dahlia Hawthorne. And my current profession, permanently retired. Oh god. Ha. So you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh? Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me. What is going on here? Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought we'd meet again, and I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time I'll end it. For her and for myself. Okay. Oh man. Yes, save. And I'm gonna take a food break now again. Just... Okay. Oh yeah, it keeps here. Just... I guess this is a fine spot to... I'll just do that as well, just in case. So I didn't progress the dialogue or anything by accident. Do. I'll just put some lovely little background again. Hold on. That there as well. So yeah, I'll be back in sometime, once again. Okay. Oh. Yeah, let's try and finish this game, I suppose. Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness. Yes, how can I help you, Mr. Judge? Well, it seems that if we are to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony. I have no problem with that. But when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown. In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night. I'm shivering for some reason, goddammit. The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. For it to work, Maya Fey would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. So that means you really are. Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fey? Yes. You have a problem with that? Not kill it as that nonsense. There's no way that... What's yourself tried? If you got a problem, solve it during the cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Scott is correct. And by the way, that's one of my rules as well. Kill Maya. Could it be true? You were executed last month, correct? Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant. How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay? Last year. She was transferred to the same center as me. She thought I was on death row and she was my mother. It was actually pretty easy to meet with her. I see. So that's when you discussed the plan. Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well. Even though I'm her own daughter. all to make Pearl play the master of crime. She's called Twisted Woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. Honestly, she lost when her younger sister Misty took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan. Plan, huh? We're talking about Pearl play, is that correct? Yes, but first she had high hopes for the two of us. You and your twin sister Iris. That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father. Abandoned? The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple. You mean Iris? Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general. Horrible. A really horrible one. Was that woman? That bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to the child, Pearl. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power. Unfortunately for her, Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having the bloodline become the main family. Her bloodline. I would have to die, but why? For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master. The remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of. But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya. How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all. That's ridiculous. She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally the life of Maya Fey as well. How could anyone do that? You were going to kill Maya? But I didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was to follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead and there's nothing any of you can do to me. So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin, Sister Iris of Asakura Temple. She and I look absolutely identical, no one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it. The witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini. I never would have guessed she was going to return to Asakura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris' crime anyway. But why did you let to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she? Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her. Backstabber? I just don't understand. You never will. Anyway. You think the plan was a success? You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of the master will pass on to Pearl Fey. That's absurd. Maya is just... She's just trapped inside the sacred cavern. Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, though, aren't you? My darling Feeny. Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivete. I don't know how to pronounce it actually. Naivety and your pathetic faith in other people. I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fay's plan? I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of. That's how you feel. Why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that. So then tell me, why? It's obvious, I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction. What did you say? This woman, Dahlia Hawthorne. She had her own reason for wanting Maya dead. Obviously, it's because you were helping Morgan Fane. Helping. Don't make me laugh. From the day I was born to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and in the end, I died for myself. I thought that was obvious. So she wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She was just using a Morgan and her plan so she could accomplish her own goal. All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fey. That's the only way I could think of to get revenge. Revenge? Looks like I have no choice but to present that piece of evidence. I can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. I've got to keep a cool head. And I need to get more information out of her. It's the only way to understand this plan and what she was after as well. Oh fuck. Never mind. Oh wait. Oh wait. Fuck. I'm dumb. Could it be your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself? As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore. Because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either. Do you want to take revenge on someone? I was sentenced to die because of that woman, Mia Fey. Somehow I knew this was... I went to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up. The reason it was impossible was perhaps because Mia Fey had already died. Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead. How do you do that? Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most, and to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one. Oh, God. The one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with the woman's plans. For that, well, that you would kill Maya. Her goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey. As they say, The apple doesn't fall from far from the tree. But a cruel plan, cruel, cold, and heartless. Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you, there's not a thing you can do to me. At night. At about 9:30 PM, I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon warding hood. Then I picked up the staff that was on my side and left the sacred temple. It was Elise Denim who channeled her after all. That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. She left my Faye at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back. What did you do then? It was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern, and I took out the dagger I got from the stone storeroom and... So then you're saying you stabbed Maya? It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. What does that mean? No clear memory? I don't know. I think I was stabbed. You were stabbed? At the last minute, my Faye must have stabbed me, I'm sure of it. That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a French fry with a plastic fork. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would last. I had suspicion. I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. That's where my memory temporarily stops. It stops. I don't have any memory of actually killing my Fae with my own two hands. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern, surrounded by darkness. You were in the sacred cavern? Entrance was sealed with one of those tricky locks. Somehow I had been trapped in there. How did you end up in there? I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not my Fae was dead. And I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself. For a ghost, you're one tough cookie. I went to get out of there and make sure she was dead. But I couldn't do it, I couldn't get out. The big lock stopped you. I didn't know how to remove it. So then you're saying you're actually confined against your will inside this sacred cavern? Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it. Interrupted? It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall. What? Who? Could it have been Maya? I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see. Why not? If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself at the back of the sacred cavern. Morning. Two people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll in gravy. Still, I finally managed to remove the lock. But I was too late. What do you mean by that? The flies had already started together. The bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct? That's right, I couldn't go out. Instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get the chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, late luck showed up. Late luck? After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself. The real Iris? This she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was airtight. Alright, stupid girl. I came out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. Oh shit. I'd finally learned exactly what had happened. It's then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded. Do you mean your plan had succeeded? I misunderstood one thing, you see. Knight, the one that had summoned me. I'd assumed that it was Pearl Fey. Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions. But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was... Misty Fey. The picture book author. Oh, what? Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the... This could be super far-fetched and really dumb, but what if... Maya is channeling Dahlia right now. That's the only way any of this makes sense, and the only way that Maya would actually be alright. If this Dahlia was in the cavern and didn't see Maya there, and then Maya wasn't found outside either, then that has to mean that Maya is channeling Dahlia now. Anything else doesn't add up, I think. I've lost consciousness in the garden. It's her body that was left lying there. Maya Fey, I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit. That is, matricide. The sin of killing her own mother. No way. Order in the court. What is the meaning of this? It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fey. But even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fey's life was none other than her darling little Maya. Ridiculous, that's nonsense. Are you sure about that? Let's just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence? The fact that Maya Fey had disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it? Huh? The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple, that much is obvious. In case, there's only one place she could be. Where? I have to spell it out. The bottom of the Eagle River. Where else? Eagle River. Aren't you for... I guess, like... I mean, I guess that could be, but like, the thing is that... I just think my theory makes sense. Makes sense. And because the channeled spirit doesn't exactly know... Yeah, because, yeah. Oh, the irony, I think, maybe. I'm still confused with that. I just think that's what is happening. A fake killed her long lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. What do you have to say now, Beanie? Fuck. Oops. Sorry, that's my phone. What kind of ringtone is that? Got it here. Okay, thanks. Was it something important? This just means removing the locks from the sacred cavern. That's great. What about Maya? There's a woman in the cave. Was it Maya Fey? It was the accused. Sister Iris. Huh? Don't look so surprised. I looked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that. So, what about Maya? Where is she? There's no one else found inside the sacred cavern. No, it can't be. I wonder if, like, if my theory is correct, if Dahlia will even realize it, because like, if Maya will undo the spirit channeling, Dahlia won't realize it's happening, right? Because it just goes blank, right? So yeah, can't be. I told you, didn't I? She's dead. No. No. The facts just don't add up. It's just the facts just don't add up to assume she's dead. It seems that this case has come to an end. A tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer of Elistonium, also known as Misty Faye, was her own daughter, Maya Faye. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Faye jumped to her death into the raging rivers of the Eagle River. So the one thing that I'm still confused about is whether, like, that the fight between Maya and like, yeah, that just makes, that's one thing I'm concerned about though. But oh well, I guess I'll make clear it can't be. Ha. That's right. You ever heard this one? Until I meant the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. Well, kind of different wording order, but yeah. What is it supposed to mean? Prosecutor Gordon. Only the sweetness. Maya Faye threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is it really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden. Which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side, near the bridge. That's right, that's where she jumped from. But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there. What? Don't get your panties all twisted up, right? Let's relax and think through the whole thing again. So it's impossible. Maya couldn't have thrown herself into Eagle River. Well, Mr. Wright, Sultan claims Miss Faye threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes his claim? Actually, yeah. Fucking, where is it? Yeah. It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows what better than this witness. What did you say? 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. God. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf. Oh, you're right. She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in this photo. So you finally figured it out. No! Order. You're just playing with me. My face body is at the bottom of Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly hide. Oh, the irony! So, Thorn, have you ever heard this one before? Was you lamenting that whatever I mean is... Yes, just a few minutes ago. Maya Faye wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We now know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River. Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be. I called it 15 minutes ago. What? Why is this one possibility you're talking about? That's obviously a bluff. So where's her dead body then? Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there is a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. This is... yeah. That's fucking perfect, dude. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where my S is very instant? My FA is... there's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom. What? My FA is here. You said she's here in my courtroom? Dahlia Hawthorne. I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? Well, I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Faye, the pathetic little sniveling runt. You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it. I've never, yeah. Someone called me before Pearl, but who? Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now, am I correct? It wasn't Pearl that channeled you. There was someone who called you before she could. Bam! This is an easy one. Pearl couldn't do it, and Mr. Faye is gone. There's only one possibility left. Come on already. I can't stand the tension. Dahlia Hawthorne. The person channeling you right now must be Maya Faye. What? I love this so much. But how could that be? Remember that what this witness Hawthorne said about her goal. She said that her goal was to kill Maya Faye. Yes, that's right. But if Maya Faye channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her... Ha. Well, Gramps, what would happen? What could it be? It looks like you finally understand, Bjornar. Well, I don't. What are you going on about? What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason. Protect herself from you. To protect herself? From me? Yes. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Faye. The path back to Hazakura was closed off and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide? You mean that's when she channeled me? All this time you thought you had been channeled by pearls. That's why it never occurred to you. And Maya's hiding place was you. No, don't say that. You're saying that Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by a little whelp. Maya Faye killed herself, isn't it obvious? Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple. And I believe you. A stupid little girl like that who has never been out in the real world. She could never have come up with a plan like that. Who would have even given her such a brilliant idea? Well, me of course. Hi Mia. Mia Faye. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Two spirits talking to each other, this is great. So it's true. It was you. Yes. Ha. You're something else. What are you doing here? That hair. It's Pearl's, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the inner temple's garden, and then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Fey. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. She did. Not terribly surprising, since he was about to be killed. When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help, so she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do. She did that? I can't believe it. Of course, I didn't have all the details, but one thing was perfectly clear. That was, I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived. It was Maya who put that lock on there. Yes, but why did you order her to do those 2 things? If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Fey. Pearls? Yes, Pearl didn't probably understand the plan, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Fey's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Fey to kill Maya at all costs. Yes, it certainly sounds like it was the intent all along. How dare you! I won't forget this! Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? What do you mean by another? Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in a failure. What? How dare you? 11 years ago. The fake kidnapping, your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but... After Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, truth was exposed. Shut your mouth, it wasn't my fault. It was because of that stupid oath of a prisoner and the weakling of a policewoman. And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but... you wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny. You wiped the smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. And now this. You messed up again. You left Maya Fey escape, even though she was right there in front of you. Mia Fey, Mia Fey, Mia Fey, Mia Fey! You spinster! I was supposed to kill my Fey like I sort of would. And if only you had gotten this spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been ganged to death. True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. What? What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, destined to lose for all eternity. You are destined to lose for eternity. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you, because you were already dead. What about it? And you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. That's very true, Dahlia. That's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne. A miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there's no escape from that, no hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burned to a crisp. You're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you? It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing that I want, Diamond, is for you to come out of my body right now. That's kind of creepy. Jesus Christ. That screenshot was it all, to be honest. I am not ready, ready to go. What the? Okay. What even? Jeez. Hey Arthur, what's up? Oh my god, that. How long was it spiritually? Jesus Christ. Now then, I assume you are the real Iris. Yes, I was just rescued from the sacred cavern. I must say you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne? Grabbing the hammer for a few bosses? Fair, I suppose. You do you, I guess. I don't know, I don't think it's really worth it, but yeah. If you feel like this, then go for it, I guess. If you ask me, Yornor, it looks like she went back to the hell she came from. It seems that Misty Faye wasn't the only victim of this crime. Yeah, fair. My Faye, as well as the young Pearl Faye, were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan. Yes, Your Honor. The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. What? It would be best for everyone if no further attempts was made to channel that spirit again. Your Honor? Yes, what is it? About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now. Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticized me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the Korean channel technique. Isn't that the New Year's issue of Occult? I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench. In all the time, I've finally learned this one thing. Each case is different and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ. Never thought of it that way. At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Asgard Temple, except there's still 4 testimonies to listen to. Effect levels because anything after 4 decks and it's just extra. I mean, yeah, I suppose. But it does affect the early levels. Because you have to, unless you go get the Blacksmith Giant Hammer later, like after you get those stats, it affects your stats for like probably ONS and for the next few bosses, because you need to spend 74k to upgrade it to +5. Unless you, of course, grab some of the twinklies from on the way, in which case it becomes a little lower, but still like a couple dozen Ks at least. Like you could delay Seath, I suppose, in a way. You'd get like those lizards there. But not sure. Yeah, you could do that, I suppose. You're a little too fast with that Cavalier R. What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot? This trial isn't over yet. That's what he means. What? That's right. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony? Huh? Dahlia's testimony? I caught up with her in front of the... Oh, wait, yeah. There's a lot of ways, I have another purpose to be there. Fair, I suppose. This is Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya. Just stabbed by and killed by someone. Yes, that's right. The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. At least down in... no, Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it. This isn't over. Unless someone else is found guilty, the accuser is still on trial. We can't let her walk until there is evidence that proves her innocence. No way. What? This court isn't prepared for any further testimony. The prosecution is ready to call our final witness. Final witness? This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye. Indeed. Is it really alright, Mr. Prosecutor? Of course it's alright, but I'm attorney. Very well then. Who is his final witness? Ha, isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case. Someone who saw the murder take place? The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. You mean Maya? She can't testify after what she's just been through. We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Faye to witness that. Very well, but first we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial. Hey, try it. I've got something to say to you, so listen up. Why is it? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you. You've got some nerve. But that's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself. That's enough. This court is now in recess. I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me. I was missing all day and we didn't even have a chance to talk. He's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places, and Iris was inside the sacred cavern. I went to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on. Well, it wasn't your fault. We were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that though. I have to ask you, why did you help your sister out as much as you did? Huh? If you had tried to get help at the sacred cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there. My sister, I felt so sorry for her. She was abandoned by her mother and never got any love from her father either. Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it? Yes, well at least I had Sister Bikini. It was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hasagora Temple. I always loved her. But I was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her. We're talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago. Yes, I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But, as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister, Valerie, ended up. That was the case that wounded me so badly. But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder. Some people. You must mean... Yes, 2 defense attorneys. Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth, they even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You... That's right. Iris, there's one more thing that I had to ask you. Yes, what is it? The night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim is down him. Was it really you? Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30 I received a call on my cell phone. There's a problem. Come to the inner temple right away. I got on the snowmobile and headed for the inner temple. But the path to the inner temple was cut off, right? Exactly. We can't just leave the body here. So we've got to do this exactly as I say, got it? It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much. The staff that Mystic Elise always held. I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff. Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hasagora Temple on the snowmobile. But why did you alter the body? I didn't want anyone to know the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the shishito. I rubbed the blood of the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground. Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer. Sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it. I see. Defendant. Yes? The judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne. Alright. Well then, I'll see you later. Something I want to tell you. Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me. So it's true. Iris cooperated with those real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning. Phoenix. Yeah. How is Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case. I see. You don't mean she's learned who Alice Daniel really was? Yes. I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew. But why? Maya is stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial is about to restart. The real killer. Do you know who it is yet? I shouldn't tell me who called her, but still, I think that's just maybe. I know who it was. At night, the victim was killed in the garden of the inner temple. The criminal wasn't just there by accident, which means the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. And one more thing. The victim was moved to the Hazagura temple site by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the inner temple site for almost an entire day. Exactly. So the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazagura temple the following day. That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win, or lose. Okay, I got it. Thank you, yeah. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. At least I did it Maya C anyway. And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me, all by myself. Bruh. Ugh! God. Oh my god. Let's do this. Three 36 p.m. So that was a 40-minute recess, I guess. Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the tests we had performed earlier. Tests? Yes, tests. On the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree. Oh yeah, that. I totally forgot about it. That's the weapon that Maya Faye used when she fought with the victim. So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood, or due to time constraints, a full test wasn't possible. However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood. That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial. So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. And whose was it? I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims. I understand, Your Honor. From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking. So, let's finish this quickly. Agreed. Very well, please bring in the last witness. Witness, please tell us your name and profession. Maya Faye. My profession is the assistant manager at Wright Law offices. Maya. According to the magazine that I have here, you're a spirit medium of the Grand Chant technique. I'm frightened. Fake clan, I don't want any more to do with it. Oh, Maya. Pain the Faye bloodline causes must be unbearable. Very well. Now then, Miss Faye. When the event occurred, you were in the garden of the inner temple, and you witnessed the moment of Miss Alice Jennings' murder. Is this correct? I didn't see anything. Straighten up this instant, young lady. Huh? Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later. But Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witness come out and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. The night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Witness, if you please. Yes, Your Honor. Oh man. I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, something struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me." Then something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness. So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been this tough. Maya, the person who hit you. Stally Hawthorne, wasn't it? I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was. Maya, think hard. Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't. Huh. Can't say it wasn't especially a good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. It seems that it will be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please bring in your cross-examination. Maya, hanging there. She doesn't look well at all. You think you screamed, but you're not sure. Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was the man, a woman, an adult, a child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits. Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes. I thought this person might attack me, so I... Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that it was my last hope. Oh, it sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind. I wonder what she meant by last hope. Do I do? To press her for more details? Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff? What? What do you mean by your last hope? No. That's what you said. You said my last hope. What? I said what? Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, help me. Yeah. Well, I testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope. Oh, well, you know, that's like, what do you call when that happens? Why isn't doing so well up there? Oh yeah, oh that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at. What did you just say? Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That was who I was screaming at for help. Ah! What's it now? I messed up. I didn't mean to let it slip out. Huh? Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person. I am. Well, I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done? Ah, it takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say. A ton of pressure. You're a qualifier. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this time, bro. Witness, the information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony. A man? Who was this man? Well, you see, I couldn't see. You couldn't see? See, you used this excuse twice now. Well, you know, lantern light isn't very bright. Lantern light, did you say? There's a great big stone lantern in the garden. They always light it when Nicola is there for training. Oh wait. Hey, you know what they say. Under the lantern, darkness reigns. So I could see the person that was further away, but not my attacker, who was closer. Plus, there weren't any other light sources in the garden at the time. So there was a man standing behind your attacker. Yeah. That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Alice Deonim, otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother. Killer? Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you? I'm curious. could it be? It could be, couldn't it? Could be into it. This makes sense in a way, at least. You know who you killed with your mother, don't you? What's the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? To be frank, Your Honor, I think she is in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with her testimony. Huh? What do you mean? What problem? Maya, on the night of the crime, that cylinder was out of commission. Huh? It's true. There's no light anywhere in the garden that night. No. Order or quote. Mr. Cordot, explain this. Add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That's the state of the witness's mind right now. Cup of coffee allowed. Au lait. Cafe au lait. Is that even legal? Mrs. Wright's words are the milk and you are the spoon. Your Honor. I am a spoon. I am no spoony bard, I'll have you know. You must have noticed it too, right? This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that. Sorry, but that's not going to cut it. What did you say? If there truly was no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony. May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. Say that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker. And she quite clearly described him as a man. In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person, despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker. No! Order. What the hell does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying that Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch black conditions? Objection. Right. Do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There's no other lights at the scene. There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark. And now, you're trying to cover for him. Cover? For the man that killed her mother? There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is. Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you. Ah, you talk a good game, right? But let's see if you can walk the walk. It's pitch black, so what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff. No, Nick, don't. Please, stop. Maya's dead set on protecting this guy. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth. Alright, Mr. Wright. Time to show us what you've got. Who was this person that you say Miss Faye saw in the darkness? Looks like you've proven a well fact. We can't see in the dark. Just the man I thought you were. She's very nice. God. Okay, I guess I can't exactly say that yet. Well, that leaves, well, Godot, Gumshoe, Larry, or Miles. So this doesn't make sense though, but okay. How far back was this save actually? Like... This is really makes no sense. Oh, it's actually not. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. But still, like, why exactly would she be protecting? Am I missing something? God damn it. Probably am. It was pitch black. Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself who this is. How this is possible, yes? But how do you propose to show us something like that? It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night. Conditions? Your Honor, the defense official requests that all the lights in this courtroom to be turned off. What? This is... but it can't be. Ha. That was a nice bit of deduction. That's right. Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder. Order. Prosecutor Gordon, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it? Ha. Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. What do you mean by that? If you got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night, was it 3 glowing red lights? Well, witness, answer the question. You're wrong. I never saw that. Maya. I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man. For a totally different reason. What? Witness, Mr. Wright, what the? Stop your chattering, Your Honor. Is it chattering? If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Alright. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man. Yes, Your Honor. Didn't realize that on the left side woke up, but... from the same... oh, never mind. It's new testimony. When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit and the body was gone. And all of the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man. So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man. Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I need to apologize. Because as Mr. God said, you're utterly exhausted. So I'm not sure that you would be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. It's right, proceed with your cross-examination. God. The torch is well lit. Yes, that's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed. You say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be? The killer probably lit, well, them since it seems to be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. Alright, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body? It's true. It's hard to see how that would be of any evidence to the killer. Only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya. Very well. Let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene. Here's that I went through a lot of trouble. Moving the body by pendulum manipulating the crime scene. For what purpose? Why do all that? And Maya knows more than she's letting on. So you lost consciousness when you were in the training garden, is that right? Yes, I think it happened when the victim was stabbed. Then the person that carried you into the inner temple can only have been the killer. That's what I think too. The killer carried Maya into the inner temple. I'm sure the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. Why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. I don't know. Looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. I think I need to gather some more information before I ask her again. So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd. Snow was removed in an unnatural looking rectangular shape around the lantern. There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple. They are all really heavy, way too heavy for me to use. An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow away? There's one thing I can think of. When you say that a lot of the victim's blood sprayed onto the snow. Yeah. That area I collapsed in ended up being splattered. In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide their bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. The killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it. There's no need to remove that amount. It's true. You could have scooped out just the snow that was stained with blood. Looks like there are some mysteries behind this issue, but I think this will help explain them. So you're saying that you never saw the killer, right? Yes. Earlier you very clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker. Nick, I'm sorry. Your setting went through a lot of trouble. Moving the body by pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. For what purpose? Why do all of that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's setting on. Yeah, how about pressing this now? I'm sure the killer must have done it. So, looks like there must have been. Truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something. You did? Yes. I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence from me, for my sake. What? Hiding it for you? Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple at night. If since the beginning had come back and looked at the garden, she may have thought that you had done it. No, she definitely would have thought so. You're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened? Yes, I'm sure of it. Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Did it for your sake? Well, if the body and the blood hadn't been removed, I would have immediately been the prime suspect, right? Yes, I suppose that's true. Yeah, if that happened, the body would have caused some other problems too. If her real identity had come out right then, it would have been terrible. Myself growing killed by my own daughter. I don't think Maya would have been able to handle it. But still, it's rather difficult to fathom the killer's motives. What reason is there to go through that much trouble to protect you? The body of Elysianin was carried all the way to Hosekura Temple's courtyard. Then at the garden, the real scene of the crime. The snow that we suspect was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh, and what would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. It's a message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the Wright stone lantern. Maya. Ah. Killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion. And why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern? Ah, you're right. Oh god. Order. But Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene? Indeed, but it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow. And not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing. Well, if that's the case, an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior. Why would the killer move the body and remove all the snow, but then leave all the bloody writing on the lantern? I don't know what the killer's plan was. It's the fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it. Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. How many times have I saved during this? Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern? Prosecutor Court, early in this trial, you gave me some good advice. Once you admit the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The killer wanted to disguise the fact that the crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean they didn't notice it. But that doesn't make any sense. The sources were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that. You're right. There's no way any normal person would. What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? There's only one person involved in this incident. Who could have seen the bloody writing altogether? And who would that be? Who is the person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing? Mr. Godot, this is what you said yesterday. My eyesight is... You can see everything? Is it correct, Mr. Godot? This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented. Mr. Godot, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see. Correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before. During the poisoning case at Trevian. Is that apron? Oh yeah. Makes sense. Now that I think about it. You could see the coffee on the white apron. You couldn't see the ketchup, because it was red. Ha. It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them? So then, Mr. Godot, are you admitting it? Admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern? Hey, Gramps. Didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea. I wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Particularly Godot is the murderer. But there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. So Godot, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You're the murderer of Miss Ellis Denim, also known as Mr. Fay. It's hard to believe this may be true. However, once again Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you. Ha. Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink. Cramps. Come on. How does little graffiti make me into the killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there. I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. It's rich, don't do go on, right? The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow? The snow? How so? Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Leonor, you said it yourself. You wanted to hide the blood in the snow, just why not take out just that area? Yes, why didn't he take just that area? Ah, could it be? Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped onto the snow. And so they had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area. Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would have been able to see it just fine. It seems once again this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot? Wait just a minute. Maya, what is it, witness? Mr. Godot isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the inner temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after that old bridge got fixed up. Objection! Maya? You can't testify to something like that. Why? What do you mean? I mean, look. After the murder happened, you didn't even exist. She didn't. I'm afraid I didn't follow. Are you saying that, old man? We established it just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, that's right. Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me. Maya, do you plan to cover for good no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. It means we're going to hear the whole truth. I say we should not silence her. Ha, nicely done, right? Very well, let's hear the witness testimony. Please tell us what happened at the inner temple after the murder. Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearly was there at the inner temple too. But he was also stuck on the inner temple site that night. The next morning she looked around, but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the inner temple for the first time. He found Pearly first and cheered her right up. Mrs. Pearly? That's my little cousin, Pearl Fay. So when did you hear about this? Just a while ago, when I was in the medical office. Terribly sorry. What you heard from someone else is simply not a testimony. What? Come on. But I would never tell that. She's way more honest person than I'll ever be. Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath. Ah. The prosecutor has no objection. We believe the witness. Mr. Godot, let's just move on to the cross-examination. If the defense has no objections. It's highly unusual, but... Well, Mr. Wright? Let's get this cross-examination started. cheered her up. Spur said. He said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Goddard. I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict. Cut it out. You're making me blush. This guy's really beginning to get on my nerves in more ways than one. Truth is, there aren't that many places to look on the inner temple side. Policemen were all busy going over the garden with the fine-tooth combs. So I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way, Gordon style. In the same way, I like to hand down verdicts in my own style, way, judge style. Maybe I should ask some questions, Phoenix style. So I cheered Pearls up. When I found the little girl, first thing she asked about was her cousin, my FA. Really? The bridge had burned down and she was huddled up in that tiny shack with no heat, even though she must have had a truly terrifying night out there. She asked about you before she said a thing about herself. Pearly, I noticed that you weren't anywhere on the inner temple side, but I couldn't find it in me to tell her that. So I gave her my last cup. With milk and sugar, to hide the bitterness of the harsh truth. A sweet story. Yeah, the thermos of coffee. Why doesn't that surprise me? There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Goddard when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the inner temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed at least Jeremy. That you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything? Looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, right? After all, I dismissed the bloody writing of the lantern. Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Googles. The odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall. Beauty? It's Faye, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Western tastes? Could you find a stranger way to describe gravy? So from there you headed for the bread room. Wait a sec. What did you say it's now? Nancy's found his probably a weak spot. There's only one thing I thought of. I'm confused. What the fuck? I guess. And yeah, I did go check the guide for because I was a little fucking confused as to what I was supposed to do. Okay. I guess it makes sense. So Gordon, the first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the inner temple was long before the murder took place. Why do you say that? Because he just made one fatal slip up. The hanging scroll in the training hall. Scroll. But Scroll is right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother. Maya, I know you know who it is, but here's something you didn't know. At the time the bridge had been repaired, 2 days after the murder, hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. Was it wonderfully delicious smell? Morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? But why gravy, Nick? Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Goddard, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have had any way of knowing that it was Misty Faye. Oh, that explains it, okay. Wait a minute, Nick. Yes? Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look at the top, there's a crested there. Ah, it's a mark of the master, correct? Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark, anyone could guess that it was a picture of Misty Faye on there. True, but Mr. Godot described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, was surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Oh. Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known just that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the inner temple long before the crime took place. I ask you just one little thing, right? What is it? This whole theory of yours, it all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand what a crime was going to be committed. That's right. Otherwise there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene. Of course Mr. Godot knew about the plan. Huh? What did you say? Is it very possible that another person knew of the plan? This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fea authored the plan for her daughter's future, and these instructions were hidden somewhere in Fey Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed. Unsealed? Yes, the killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the fuck. And you still insist this crafty killer is me? You bet I do. But you just said that the instructions were hidden. That's right. Mr. Godot could not have known where the instructions were hidden. If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out. Yes, and when was that? During a visit. A visit? Morgan Fay told her daughter, Pearl, about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden. Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center? Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access to in and out of there. Like for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Godot. Order, order, order. Mr. Godot, you're under fire again. This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder. Humans are afraid of the dark, and yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean? It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the inner temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that just to protect this witness. That's right. If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. And what you see, I'm certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress. Girl's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural. However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs. I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick? Maya, I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. For the same reason, huh? Okay, that's right. I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. My Faye is a lot more than just a stranger to you. What's this? There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably. There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she's Mia Fey's only sister. Yeah, Fey. Once worked alongside her. That's when you were a defense attorney. Wait a second here. Is the god of this is a defense attorney? With your honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man calls himself Godot. His surname is Diego Armando. Isn't that right? The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago. Diego Armando. It rings a bell. That's the name. It should, Your Honor. All of this case is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court, the tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. In the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, the senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. That time a lawyer can cry when it's all over. I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients. That poor sweet heart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Me and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. And one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria. Ah, I just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned. Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee. Some newspapers at the time called it a murder. Very little information about the case was released to the press. But you weren't dead at all. No official reports ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma. I see. My body shut down and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight and all of my hair turned white due to the damage it caused. Ah, God. That's terrible. Apparently it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poisoned brew. Then one morning, my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee. 5 years? We were asleep for 5 years? The best possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I'd already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered. The woman I loathed had been sentenced to death. The woman you loathed? The woman who had spiked my skull in hot coffee. Dahlia Hawthorne. Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up. So sad. For someone like me, for someone who had slept away their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live. It was for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live? First was youth, right? Huh? Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey never would have died, much less the way she died did. You were the only one who was there to protect her. But you let her die. It was all your fault. It wasn't like that. I wanted to see for myself what kind of a man you really were. So that's why you became prosecutor. My other reason for living. She goes by the name of Maya Fey. You mean me? You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the current village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her. So I overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center. I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it. Does make sense? If Pearl had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out. Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both of my accomplices. Iris of Hasakura Temple and Misty Fey. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan, in case we couldn't control Pearl Fey. But how did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years. Officially, yes. What do you mean officially? You've heard about it, haven't you? But the strong ties between the main family and the government. Don't you mention it? He did say something to that effect. She said that the master of the crime had great authority. Even without her official position, Mr. Fey still wielded great influence. Police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time, so I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor. So my mother was cooperating with you? Don't ever forget, no matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you. She was always... That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her stuff. The one with the sword in. The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hasakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special stuff. Or is it then? Just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fey, if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price. Mother. That night, the night of the crime, there's just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. Green pearls, don't you? We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne. Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight? Well, if you'd like, you can come to my room. Yeah. We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up. She was worried and followed me to the inner temple. That was the thing we were most afraid of. That's why Misty Fey had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body. What do you mean? If she channeled her spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself. As Master of Grind, Misty Fey's power was supreme. So that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Fey wouldn't be able to. What? Is it true? My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Fey. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple. Just in case you needed to be saved from Dahlia Hawthorne. Got it. Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to. That's right. Huh? There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney, but you're going to have to do the rest yourself. The background leading up to the incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Fey, and I'm sad to say, you, Mr. Gordon. Well, Wright. If you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Trust me beyond a shadow of doubt that you can finish this on your own. No, Nick, please don't. Maya, I heard the whole thing. From my sister, in the medical office. That's why I had to protect Mr. Goddard. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia. And me too. Maya, I know that. Nick. But even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify. Miss Faye, your testimony, please. It's the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips. I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick. Alright, young lady. Tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder? Oh god. Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights, 3 of them. I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was spattered with blood. She wasn't dead though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly, the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness. These red lights, I thought you said you don't remember seeing them. Sorry. I thought I saw them. But then they disappeared all of a sudden. Ha, things break, right? Even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Mr. Faye? Looks like you still can't prove it. I stand the truth this time, I know it. The rest is up to me. Well then, Mr. Wright, proceed with the final cross-examination of the witness. Oh, fuck. God. My throat is starting to fucking hurt. Light shining in the dark. I don't think you could make a mistake about that. Yeah, you're right. I think I saw them, but I can't say for certain. And I can't tell you for sure they were from Mr. Gordon's mask either. I don't get the feeling she's covering for him anymore, but... Just after that, you turned towards the lights and called for help. Isn't that because you thought the lights were coming from Mr. Gordon's mask? Yeah, I guess so. Maybe that's what I was thinking at the time. But I can't remember. After all, there was a person I couldn't identify in front of me. My life was in terrible danger at the time. There's no way she can remember the details of the scene perfectly. Alright then, let's go on to with this one. What did you do when you saw the red lights? And what about the killer that stabbed Dahlia? Sorry, I don't know. Really, it's true, Nick. I believe you. At this point, I'm sure my eyes isn't lying. Ah, it appears the darkness has proven to be our underneath, right? I got to use this testimony to prove that God had committed the murder. I really wish I didn't have to do it. For some reason, I get the feeling that some part of God actually wants me to. That blood. Was it Dahlia Holder's blood? I think so, probably. Just that moment. I heard a soft scream that seemed to be close by. Some woman's voice. That was when the killer stabbed the victim from behind with the murder weapon. Is it right? No doubt, I was in the middle of a really dangerous situation. Anyway, the victim was stabbed by the murder weapon. What happened after that? Struck back? How do you know that? Well, you're right. I didn't see it exactly, but I could tell by the sounds of their breathing and movement, and also the smell of blood. You have witnessed more horror than any young lady should have ever in one life. What do you do at that point? I don't move. I just barely make out their shadows move in the dark, but I have no idea what to do. I still see the red lights you mentioned earlier. Yes, I think so, but... They went out? Yes, suddenly I couldn't see them at all. What could it mean? Red lights were coming from Gordon's mask. They went out right in the middle of a fight. Maybe the mask was damaged. Maybe it was knocked off. Or maybe the batteries ran out. Right? Maybe those little red pinhead looking lights just stopped working. It could have really happened then. Do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out? Yes, that's right. The scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne? I don't think so. Pretty sure it's a man's voice. What? What? So then, that scream came from the killer. That's got to be. I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it. The killer let out a scream of pain, huh? Or that the killer stole the blade. I can deliver the final blow, I guess. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems to make sense to me. Sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kinda wonder. I'm sorry to say this, but the interpretation would create an enormous contradiction. Makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct. Remember the testimony she just gave, before the killer let out a scream. I said she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade in the staff had already been plunged into the victim. Ah, is that right? She couldn't have struck back with the sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than a staff. If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, try it. There's only one thing I can think of. Could have been used as the weapon here. Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff. What could she have used to strike back at the killer? Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime. Oh, that's right, I forgot about that. The dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck into a pine tree. Yes, the detective found it this morning and brought it to me. Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well. Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood of the dagger could have been from the victim. Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body. So you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer? Exactly. DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of doubt. And yes, Mr. Godot, it would prove that it's your blood. Nice theories, right? Order in the court. Stand. Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the result of a scientific test. Is this just a sprite error or is this... I don't know. Ha! Let me ask you something. Try it. Let's just say that it turned out that I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? What? Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. I've already blood on it, correct? And even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom. Yes, what does that prove? Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it. It can't be. In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee it, right? The blood, it does not belong to me. No chance. What? In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. Alright then, witness, continue your testimony. Wait a minute. What's the problem? I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation. Maya. This dagger say that it wounded the killer? That's right. But if Mr. Godot had really been the cut with the dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have a in them, right? Maya? Maybe just change his clothes. That's all the gun very simply easily. What are you talking about? Isn't that simple at all? Remember back to the day of the murder. Everyone that was on the inner temple side got trapped there. That's right. Once the bridge was fixed at the police headed for the inner temple, Sakura was already there, waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes. Order end quote. What the witness says is... Well, maybe he brought the change of clothes with him. But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes? It just takes more kills during the last recess. Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. That way he wouldn't get any blood on them. That's impossible, right? You know how cold it gets up there late at night? After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. Ha. So that's all you've got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Right now, give me a favor here. Give me a favor here. She would have closed the book on this case already. We have a ferry. We're here. Oh god. Just come on, Wright. Can you do it or not? How about it, Mr. Wright? I've accused Mr. Godot of being the killer. But can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence? Do I? The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is, I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you wanted. Ha! That's good. A fighter till the bitter end, right? Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't we go for the unlimited penalty? Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need. Give me a break. You've got nothing to try. So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I gotta think outside the box and approach this from a different angle. Alright then, Mr. Wright, let's hear what you've got. There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger. But it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been a bloodstain on his clothing. There's one place the killer could have hidden his wound. What did you say? Hidden? Is it my last stand? I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there were no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to know how he hit the wound. It's the end of the line. Final stop, right? Let's hear what you've got. Where's the location you're saying the killer hit his wound? Wait, I'm confused. been... Okay, does this work? Huh. I don't know what you're talking about. Frankly, I don't need to know. All I do know is that you'll never be half the liar she was. Isn't right? Right? That was... That was cool. What was that just now? Yeah? Can't be. You're living on through him. Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. It's beneath your mask. During the fight, the red light's given off. The killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? You have a dagger wound under there somewhere. And I'd say this whole case is solved. Ah! Bloody hell. Just now, I saw a spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you left me die. But you didn't care, you just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you, that's what I thought. Got it. But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. Truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive was me. You yourself. I was the one that felt to protect me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face me as death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask, I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. But you saved Maya. Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway. What do you mean? Are you listening, Maya? If I'd really wanted to save you, there's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away. Who would that be? I'm talking about Nick. But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother. I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason? No. Why? I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all. Huh? I was just trying to salvage what left of my broken soul, of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia, nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me. You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya. Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure. What do you mean by that? That night, in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette. A part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye, or even the little girl. Oh jeez. I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the poor desire to protect my Faye? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Would it have been simply a desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. A stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from me as dead. Instead, you picked up where she left off, as a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything. Is it got it? I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando. Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me. Thanks. Your wound, it's bleeding. Ha, did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears. Oh my god. Oh, tears? Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment. Hello, the captain. What's up? Mr. Armando. You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. This time, it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant? Yes, Your Honor. Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body and the crime scene is a serious offense in itself. I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk and I willingly cooperated anyway. Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say? Well, there's one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you. Apologize? To me? For what? For the case 5 years ago. Of course. I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover? Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me. Not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other. Huh? What do you mean? You and my sister only met twice. Huh? We only met twice? The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. The next time you met her was 8 months later. Met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. And Dome Swallow was killed. No way. It can't be true. So, he was dating Iris instead the whole time? I mean, during our whole relationship, we were... But those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Talia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister. Huh? It wasn't Talia? Hope one day you can forgive me. Peony. That's actually super cute, kinda, in its own way. Especially since, like, Iris is at least sweeter than Dahlia, to be fair, so that's like a sweeter case, IMO. You mean? That's right. I lied to you for 8 months. But why? Why would you do such a thing? Ever since she gave you the ball that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move about freely. So that's why you... My sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst. Prepared for the worst. She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice. She was ready to kill me, don't you? She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. Yeah. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance. That's why you came to me. You came to get the ball pendant back from me in her place. I couldn't get you to give it back. I felt at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, sister couldn't fight any longer. She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that had ever happened. It was a bit strange, wasn't it? One that day, you two were partners in crime and she would confer with you. I think she must have noticed. Noticed what? Feelings for you. If I found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life. Or mine. Iris. After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed. I have something to say to you too. Yes? You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you. Thank you. Well then. How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though. Right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Don't you think so, Phoenix, right? Yeah, I think you're right. The purpose of the trial was to rule on the murder of the victim, at least their name. At some point I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case. I understand your... Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant. Court is now adjourned. So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended, was justice really served? The man who risked his life to save my eyes being sent to prison by my own hand. Justice was served. Mia, I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save them, Mr. Armando. The man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. You mean, with that verdict? I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You are as good up there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me. Mia, you've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I love you a great deal. Thank you. Mia, I'm sure we'll meet again, someday, Phoenix. I've handled lots of cases and seen a lot of things. Along this story, I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Nick? Maya? I guess it's just like my sis said. Mia? What did she say? At night, when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But, come on, get out with the gloomy face. And you see, me, Sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you have done for us, Nick. Maya, how can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked. You even saw your mother murdered. Ouch! Francisca, still softy as always, Phoenix, right? Excellent work, Wright. Huh? Miss Edgeworth? When did you get back? Well, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Edward and Francisca have actually been helping me. Helping you? These you hadn't been here on the first day of the trial. My friends wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Wow. But where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into the river and caught a nasty cold which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he lay in bed shivering from his fever, with Iris's foot pulled all over his head. Oh, ouch. Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Miss Edgeworth. And you too, Francisca. And suppose there's room for me in this group hug, is there? Oh, Larry. What's with the longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone, not even once. That's not true, right, Nick? What? You're asking me? Well, Nick, is it true? I've got a place in this world, right? Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good. No. Oh yeah. Those portraits you paint, they were really good. That's right, it's worth. What? Me? Why are you making that face? Huh, edgy? Oh well, yes indeed. I certainly can't say that they lack resemblance. Do you really mean it? What about you, Frenzy? Did I draw you well too? Ha! A beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's something. So then you'll do it, like you promised? You're going to model for my next picture book? Francie, not get carried away. Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. Painting of Pearl was pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh? Don't you mention it? I haven't seen her around. Pearls. Where'd she go? Gone. Only she would have made a beeline for Maya. Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back. Hey, Pearly. Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. Jesus Christ, I can't read. I suspect you're wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that has happened. Yeah. To be honest, I can't understand it either. Francisca. That's right. She lost her father fairly recently as well. I think I understand how she feels. Maya's a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. What do you mean by now is exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. But it's for that person that Maya is trying her best to not cry. Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya. It's what? I think I'm starting to understand it too. Ow! Tell me, Phoenix, right? Who is Maya Faye being strong for? I'm just gonna make sure. Yeah. Okay. Pearl Play. The poor kid, after all. The reason that she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Fate clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Faye's mother was killed and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. That's exactly why Maya is putting on her brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake, until she can see her smile again. Oh hey, so this is where you all were. Wow, looks like we've got quite a ouch! What was that for, sir? Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own. What's up with the gumshoe? Well, you know, it isn't that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My size has still kind of gone down by a teeny weeny bit. That's alright. I made a reservation at the first-class French restaurant tonight. Ah, pretty good work, Scruffy. The way was your reward. I'm dating gumshoe. You said a first-class French restaurant. You don't mean Trevian warehouse? Of course. I knew it. We're doomed. Come on, let's go everyone. Can't keep Mikey waiting, pal. And you, crybaby. We're invited too. Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser shack eating potatoes. You know, Maya's taking an awfully long time to get back. He's still out looking for pearls. Oh, Maya? What's wrong? What do I do? Really? I can't find her anywhere. Ah? I'll bet Jesus went back home. That's all. I also too, so I called the village. No one has heard from her. This never happened before. I figured. She has been badly hurt by this incident. She was responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya. But none of this was her fault. What should I do? David Gumshoe. Yeah, what is it, pal? You guys go on ahead. But what about you? Mind I will join you guys once we find pearls. Nick? Don't worry about us, David Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world. Yeah, but the other... Ah! Well, Phoenix, right? We'll go on ahead. Don't keep us waiting, right? We won't. Where should we look? Where could Birdie have gone? Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that pearls might have gone to. Square Temple. For pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started. What's this? We're all back again so soon. This is the bikini. I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight. So she's here. Pearl's here. She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and see her? Go see her. Okay. Pearl's not here. Maya, hang and scroll. Someone clean it off. It's got to be pearls. Ah! It's Maya. Pearly. Why do you just leave like that? Is it Maya? Is it Maya? I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's not my fault, Music Maya's mother. So I came here. It's the least I could do to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearly. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course I'm sad that my mother is gone. But how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. Even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. All the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya. I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty. It's the beginning. Her mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she had said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of Crine, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya is always in my thoughts. It's true, she'll always be with me, until the day I die. Her spirit was with her, that's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets. She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule for something all masters have to follow, isn't there? Never take the charm off until the day you die. It's a master's talisman. The thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important, rather it was the contents. That's a photo? Ah. It's so natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? It's a true treasure of what human life is worth. We defend stories are warriors who are constantly challenged by curiosity. Aww. Even when the battle is over and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando. And Maya's motto too. And that from all of them. Well, shall we get going? Everyone's waiting. It's a day to remember. A day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we have overcome today. But I still can't. But go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime. Okay. Alright, I'm going to make a brand new start too. Just the beginning. I'll be back for more training, I promise. I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare a reservation for three for you when you come back. Alright, we're going to have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is a fellow of endurance. Okay, Mystic Maya. I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight. You know, there's one thing I don't get, and probably don't want to, but... What is it, Nick? Reservation for training is fine and all. Why for 3? Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us. Huh? I'll be waiting for you. The beginning will take special care of you. Huh? It'll be great, Nick. We're going to do the special course naturally. Huh? Where's the hold it or objection? That's a great idea after all, Mr. Nick. You'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? You and Doc Morgan hot coals, right? A nice big meal before we come next time, right, Nick? You know? I was wondering if I can say just one little thing. Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part. Wait to hear it. Many goosebumps too. Well then. Here goes nothing. Oh. I really have to work extra hard now. Myself, Gren, and the office mates are fighting cool offices. And I have to be a good sweet citizen for Nick too. Well, also because I'm not locked up or captured or something like that. That's true, Mr. Nick really is Mystic Maya's knight in shining armor. He went through with the special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's a legendary extra special ultra course here too. I think I'll surprise the two of them by making them a secret reservation. Maggie bought me a brand new coat as a present, pal. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off. Yes, but somehow you just don't seem the same. He has a dirty, shabby old overcoat. It's just some... Don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man will solve himself silly. It's right, I am once again in your debt. Thanks to you, the Treasures of Grind exhibit was a great success. I even got to see Miss von Karma, who I'd seen forums here. She told me how to use a whip and said I must show you what I've learned. This year I started a company called Master Mass Consulting. We're dedicated to stopping the evil plans of all the criminals in the city. Come on, you stick it out, please. You're cute, huh? Well, we also sell plants to the criminals. But I'm not that talking. Sometimes I think we are the worst criminals. I wanted to show my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating Don Tiger. So I lent him $500,000 and it is a special tea when I mix with my own 2 hands. I bet he's drinking it now. Been through compromise. He. Oh god. Don't drink that tea. I'm just old and in the way. A wrinkly, crumpy clown nose waste of flesh. At least that's what I thought. But my grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. That was embarrassing. 69 years old and I cried like a baby with a dirty diaper. Aww. As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We've hired a new programmer to replace Glenn Allen. I do hope everyone will get along. His name is Adam Mada. As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brains were against the line perfectly. What is with the fucking what's the word? Oh, fuck, I don't know. I remember. My. More reporters. Since the murder, we made so much money I hardly know what to do. I think the magazines like us because I provide such a nice visual, especially in the spring. I can hardly wait for Iris to come back. Turned into such a respectable man, Peony. It was so sweet of you and everyone else to come and visit me here the other day. Of course I was happy that you constantly had your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed. Ah! Trial one guy. All of the games. What's this? I'm back from a long and tiring vacation and no one is here to greet me. That's why I was gone. My little whippersnapper buddy quit and now I've got no one. What kind of lonely crazy security room is this supposed to be anyway? What should all the plastic lights and switches? I feel like some sort of space alien. And now what I'm going to do with all this macadamia nuts, yeah, too fast. I found something I love to do. Francis Whippity Whip Trip is gonna turn the world on. I should realize it sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial. I'm an artist. A really good portrait artist. I'm not a loser after all. Yes, I'm taking a lot of screenshots. Fuck man, oh god. What the fucking serious, dude? And yes, the ending made me emotional right there. Oh fuck. And as far as I know, the other games aren't even on Steam, aren't even on PC at the moment, so like I can't play them even if I wanted to, which is unfortunate. But at least I've done chores, you know. Also, thank you for the follow, Danny. Appreciate it. But yeah, I'm really glad that I did play through these games, though. They were a pretty good experience.